Judy, where are the commissioners?
Well, that's what I was wondering. Right now, I see that you are present and that none of the other commissioners are. Commissioner Maestas could start the meeting when he logs in. I don't see, oh, there he is. Good morning, Commissioner Maestas. And so Commissioner Hall stated that she might be a little late. And so if we, let's see, do we have one more commissioner? I see 505-469-2157. Is that a commissioner or maybe not? Right now, I just see.
This is Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Oh, so I think we do have three. So
let's get going.
All right.
Yeah.
You
Back to the good old days. You're large and in charge again, Commissioner Maestas.
As I said before, the beatings will continue until morale improves.
There you go.
All right. Welcome everyone to the weekly meeting of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Today's Wednesday, September 14th. And until Chair Hall comes on, I will chair the meeting. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
Commissioner Fishman.
Here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Byrd. I do not see him present, and Commissioner Hall notified that she would be running late, but we have three commissioners present, so we have a quorum.
Thank you, Judy. Let's move on to the next agenda item, the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. Commissioner Fishman, you're wearing some snappy suspenders there, so why don't you go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge?
Okay, you had to put me on the spot on the state pledge, which I always forget. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I can help you, Commissioner Fishman.
Well, thank you, Judy. You are my lifeline.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico. The Z is symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that assist. Do we have any special guests, Hans or Judy?
I do not have any special guests for today.
Okay. All right, we have an employee of the month. And if I may, I'd like to read the certificate for our employee of the month. This is one of my nominations. Do we have David Martinez? Is he on the call? David Martinez.
I do not see him currently logged into the meeting, Commissioner.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and read the certificate for NMPRC Employee of the Month. The New Mexico Public Regulation Commission hereby recognizes David Martinez as the NMPRC Employee of the Month for September 2002. Whereas Mr. David Martinez serves as staff manager in the Consumer Relations Division at the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And whereas David Martinez has worked for the PRC for more than 7 years. And just some background on why I'm nominating him. Even before his recent promotion, David Martinez was doing amazing work, filling some of the most difficult shoes to fill in the agency created by Ryan Jimenez's departure. The leadership and dedication he has shown in advocating for consumers has been nothing short of exemplary. David has demonstrated great care for consumers, attention to detail, motivation, and follow through in responding to consumer problems. Resolving consumer problems is one of my top priorities, and David has just more than ably stepped into his new role and worked directly with my office to resolve numerous complaints and help consumers get their phones, lights, and more turned back on. Particularly, we received several calls from constituents who have medical conditions requiring them to have consistent phone service. And David has worked tirelessly to contact telecom companies to get those folks connected and safe. Whereas David Martinez continues to serve the PRC with dedication and great ability, now therefore be it resolved that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission of the state of New Mexico congratulates David Martinez on his selection as the Employee of the Month for September 2022. And it's issued under the seal of this agency today, this 14th day of September, and our fearless Chief of Staff will be signing it. So thank you, David Martinez, and I want to, if he gets on, we'll have him speak last, but I'd like to open the floor to commissioners to see if they have anything to say about our Employee of the Month for September, Mr. David Martinez.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my experience with David has been exactly the same as yours. He is responsive, thorough. He doesn't get blinders on. He's able to kind of just look at the bigger picture when he's addressing these issues. And I've just been incredibly pleased with everything that David has done. And I cannot think of anybody more deserving. Great suggestion by you to make him Employee of the Month. So thank you so much for doing that. And with that, I'll pass it on.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners wish to say Anything about David?
Mr. Vice
Mr.
Chair.
Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and then our fearless chairman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recently received an email from Farmington, New Mexico, where I had one constituent that did not have telephone service for over a month. And I quickly instructed my assistant to contact Consumer Relations. I assume she contacted David Martinez. And my constituent was without telephone or internet service for over a month, and it was fixed in 24 hours. I cannot ask for more extensive assistance like how David runs his division. I'm very happy that this was resolved, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my comment. I know that David, under his leadership, his division will be running smoothly and helping everybody in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Madam Chair, I passed the proverbial gavel to you, and Carl has reminded me that I skipped over consideration and approval of the agenda. So get us back on track. I didn't do that much damage, but get us back on track.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate you starting out Show's initiative, and I'm glad. I'm sorry. I should have just called you and asked you to start earlier today because I got in a little late last night. But anyhow, I wanted to also say that I've always really appreciated how David has promptly done whatever, needed to be done when there is a problem, when we have, any kind of consumer complaint. I'm just really astonished at how efficient that whole division is, but especially I really appreciate Mr. Martinez. He's just really, really excellent. So I'm really glad that you selected him as well. It's definitely something well-deserved and long overdue. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just got word from Christopher Hall that David is on another call dealing with a constituent issue at the request of the governor's office. So he is hard at work while we're recognizing him, but maybe if he comes back a little later, we can have him say a few words.
Well, I think that would be excellent. And if you're aware of when he comes back, please alert us to it, and you could introduce him. Since you're the one who put him up, I think that would be very nice. Oh, I see in the chat that he does send us thanks, but nevertheless, it would be nice to see him. So great. Well, thank you very much. And I will, oh, wait, are there any other comments? Let's see. I think we don't have Commissioner Byrd. I got a call from him, or not a call, but a text from him saying he was having technical difficulties and he was driving to a place where he could get service because he just participates on his phone. So if you guys haven't heard of him, then he's still making that effort, I'm sure. So I think I don't see him.
He is active, Madam Chair.
He's what?
He is active right now.
Oh, good. Well, Commissioner Byrd, if you have anything to say, that would be fine. Or if anybody else has anything to say, Commissioner Byrd can't connect.
Madam Chair.
Yes, there you are.
I actually beat you on. Congratulations, David. Yes, well-deserved recognition. That whole division just does stellar work. Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Does anybody else have anything to say about Mr. Martinez? Okay, not hearing any other comments. We'll press on. I think we should go back to number 2. No, wait, not the pledge. Number 3, consideration and approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I believe there is an amendment. We are striking item number 10, I believe, and that is in the case 22-00020 UT in the matter of implementation and administration of the community solar program.
Yes, commissioners, that matter is not quite ready for an open meeting and will be brought back next week.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. That's my matter. I sent an email to the commissioners yesterday about that. I will bring it back next week.
So that was one of my amendments, Madam Chair. I don't know if any other commissioners have other amendments to the agenda before we approve.
I move to approve with Commissioner Maestas' amendment.
I'll second that.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion about the agenda? Hearing none, Judy can take the roll.
Yes. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
The agenda as amended passes 5-0.
Okay, great. So now we come to public comment. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. I do have one individual signed up for public comment today, Mr. Aaron Moore. If you could go ahead and unmute yourself. And just a reminder to the commission, public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes.
Please
Great.
proceed, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman, and Commissioner. Sorry, I'm not exactly up on the protocol for that, but thanks for taking my comment this morning. I just wanted to show my appreciation to the PRC for some of the decisions that have been made lately. I just recently started paying attention to the PRC after some being interested in the proposed merger from PNM, and have been quite pleased with the commission's choices and decisions in that matter, and in general following through with community solar and the kind of the thoroughness of the trainings that were given and things like that. So I did want to express my appreciation to the entire commission for the work that has been, from my view anyways, that has been done lately. I live here in Cedar Crest, New Mexico. I've lived in New Mexico in and around Albuquerque or northern New Mexico my entire life. I just graduated from the University of New Mexico with a master's degree in community and regional planning, and I work with the Affordable Housing Coalition of Albuquerque. So I feel that you've kept our best interests in mind in all of the decisions lately, and I just really wanted to express my appreciation for that. Commissioner Byrd is my commissioner, and I really appreciate his input too. It always gives me a good laugh, but I do wish that he'd talk a little more sometimes so he knew what he thought. I feel like with the changeover, it probably doesn't matter anymore going to an appointed, but I feel like I don't really know your stance on things sometimes, Commissioner Byrd. But other than that, I really appreciate everything that's been going on. I was curious how how the commission might consider that we could stand up for ourselves most thoroughly after we move to an appointed commission, and what it might be like to ensure the best interests of the public in that switchover. That's kind of the thing that's been on my mind lately.
Mr. Moore, excuse me.
yes.
I don't know where you are on your time. We do only allow 3 minutes. But to your question about making your voice heard with new commissioners, I'm sure you'd be able to contact them in any ordinary manner. So if you have closing remarks, I'd appreciate it.
Oh.
not to cut off your communication, but you're certainly free to call or email any of us as well. But
Sure.
Do you have some closing remarks?
I recently also I participated in the NM. They held a youth energy advisory board, and I sat on that, so I was in touch with PNM pretty closely, and they're really not thrilled with the commission lately, which I think is a bummer. And so I don't know. I'm just kind of curious how things will go, and I guess I'm just biting my breath.
Well, I would suggest you call or email and set up an appointment with your commissioner or any of us, or all of us, if you prefer to. We are here to serve the public. So if you don't mind, we do want to move on with our agenda. It's a very long one today. But
Right.
thank you very
much. Yeah, that's good advice. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your participation. I appreciate it. It's very nice to have the public come and actually speak to us.
Sure.
So moving on, it looks like we have a presentation on item number 8, the introduction of New Mexico Home Fund, a consolidation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the Homeowner Assistance Fund. Mr. Donnie Quintana from the New Mexico DFA. I want to ask Mr. Vice Chair, is this something you had wanted to put on the agenda? It looks like the sort of thing.
Yes, and I just want to remind, I wanted to remind everyone out there that, we did go through the height of the pandemic. We were very proactive in protecting customers from disconnection and encouraging utilities to begin establishing appropriate pay plans with customers, especially those that were facing arrearages. And I thought we took the effort even a bit further in helping to facilitate the flow of federal pandemic aid by getting all utilities registered to transact within the state's finance system. I believe great strides have been made in allocating or distributing this federal pandemic assistance, but I recently read that the state appropriately consolidated the emergency rental assistance program with a homeowner assistance fund. The homeowner assistance fund was being managed by a mortgage finance authority. And so I thought it'd be very important to let everybody know, what the status was of this program, just a brief look back, and then what can ratepayers expect going forward under this consolidated plan. So I invited Mr. Donnie Quintana with Department of Finance Administration. I believe he's on.
Yes.
Donnie, if it's okay, Madam Chair,
Yes.
Take it away, Donnie.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Hall, members of the PRC Commission, PRC staff, members of the audience. I am Colonel Donnie Quintana, serve as Director of Local Government Division with DFA, overseeing the Emergency Rental Assistance Program as well as the Homeowner Assistance Fund. So I'm going to go very briefly. I appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you. I think it's extremely important to recognize Commissioner Maestas and all the efforts in regards to partnership to allow us to be able to implement these funds, and more importantly, to be able to provide support to the constituents of New Mexico in regards to being able to assist them with their utilities. And just as important, ensure that the folks don't have their utilities cut off because of lack of payment as a result of the pandemic and things to that nature. So I got a couple of slides. I will burn through them because I know you have a big agenda, but I do want to stress that this is extremely important, this program, because it really provides direct funding to your constituents, your clients, through these utility service providers that are providing service to New Mexico residents. So it's incumbent upon us to ensure that everybody is educated through this process, so we maximize and optimize the use of these funds. And you'll see that we've done a pretty good job, but I think there's still targets of opportunity moving forward. Today on the call with me, just as a brief introduction, I have Miss Renee Ward, who serves as one of the deputy secretaries at DFA. She is in charge of our outreach and process for the bulk process. So she is on the call with us, as well as Henry Valdez. Henry Valdez is our former PIO press person. He's now with the advertising company, Media Desk, that is supporting this program through advertising and media. So with that, Henry, if you can pop up the slide, we'll get through these slides. If you have any questions, we could definitely take questions through the slides or definitely at the end of the slides. Again, I appreciate and will respect your time and your agenda. So go ahead, Henry. Are you able to share?
If you wouldn't mind granting me permission to share my screen.
Give me 1 second, Henry, and we'll get you co-hosted here.
Great.
Thank you.
You're good to go, Henry.
Great. So if you can just kind of make that. Good deal. So as Commissioner Maestas said, basically, I want to really express here that the New Mexico Home Fund is not a fund in itself, but a merger or a consolidation of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the Homeowner Assistance Fund. And we'll talk more specifically about that. What I do want to mention to you, and I think it's important for you to be aware of, is under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, obviously we provide rental assistance, but in addition to that, we also provide rental utility assistance. We do temporary housing assistance, relocation assistance, eviction prevention, and bulk payment. A good portion of the utility service providers that are regulated by the PRC currently are some of our bulk participants. And we'll talk a little briefly about what that means. But just want to share with you, you can see on there the amount of money has gone out to New Mexicans in support of the rental assistance. But I really want to focus on the fact that you see roughly $25 million has gone out for utility awards. So this is money directly to utility service providers for debt in arrears that their clients were unable to pay, as well as 3 months into the future. So this is what I tell folks, our service utility providers have collected $25 million of bad debt that they probably would have been writing off. So right now it's about 170 million. It's a couple days old. You know, we do a couple $1 million per day. Next slide, please. So what is the Home Fund? As I mentioned earlier, the Home Fund helps homeowners and renters in New Mexico pay their mortgage, rent, and utility bills. The support does not need to be repaid. It's assistance for households that can stay in their homes during difficult times. We want to help people avoid foreclosure, eviction, and maintain their utilities during these tough times. Next slide, please. So the Home Fund provides a single access point. Again, I want to reemphasize the fact that it is a merger of the two programs into one website, a consolidation, if you will. It allows individuals to come to one central point, the Home Fund, and whether you need rental assistance, utility assistance, or any of the other items listed there, it will guide you through and direct you to where you need to go. Next slide, please. We have incorporated a user-friendly dynamic guide that asks a couple of questions, and based on the responses of those questions, will guide the individual to the renter side, the utility side, or the homeowner mortgage assistance side by basically answering a few questions. Next slide, please. So what can it help pay for? As I mentioned, past due, current and future rent, utility bills, past due bills, as well as future bills, relocation expenses, and temporary lodging due to eviction. Awards are grants and do not need to be repaid. Individuals do not receive a 1099, so they do not have to claim that as income in their income tax. Next slide, please. General eligibility requirements for renters. In order to be eligible for these programs, for the Emergency Renter Assistance Program, you have to be a renter. You have to have annual household income at below 80% of the area median income for that respective county, have been affected financially during the COVID-19 pandemic, at risk of eviction or housing instability and or loss of utilities. Next slide, please. What information is needed? It's a relatively simple process. Identification, we need to ensure that you are legit individual. Social Security number is not required. There's a different forms that we will receive in regards to identification. Current rental lease to be able to substantiate that you're indeed a renter and have an obligation. Proof of income, proof of past due bills so that we can determine what amount you do owe either to the utility service provider, property manager, and or respective landlord. Proof of unemployment if that is a case or applies. Eviction notice if folks are being evicted, and or if utilities are being cut off, something from the utility service provider that lets us know that if payment is not made, that they will lose their utilities. Next slide, please. So again, what can it pay for? This is the homeowner assistance versus contrary to the emergency renter. This is for homeowners. What can it pay for? Again, past due payments, including payments for forbearance, utility bills, property taxes, home insurance. The program can also assist homeowners achieving housing cost affordability through possible decrease in the amount owed on the mortgage or other steps to prevent foreclosure. And as Commissioner Maestas alluded to earlier, this portion of the program, the homeowner assistance, is administered on behalf of the state of New Mexico by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, with the exception of the utility bills portion. That is being administered by the Department of Finance Administration through our existing system. Next slide, please. Homeowner assistance, general eligibility requirements for homeowner assistance. Applicants must occupy the home as a primary residence. They must have experienced a financial hardship associated with COVID, have incomes equal to or less than 150% of the area median income. Just the difference between renter, it's 80% area median income or below. For homeowners, it's 150% area median income or below. Original loan balance cannot exceed $417,000. Next slide, please. What information is needed? Again, relatively simple process. Legally issued form of identification. Documents needed to verify household income. Documentation needed to verify past due amounts. Depending on type of assistance you're requesting, additional documentation may be required from you or your loan service provider, but basically very simplistic process and documentation. Next slide, please. Bulk payment solution. So just so you know, the bulk payment is really the partnership that we've established through the utility service providers, both that are regulated by the PRC, as well as those utility providers through the municipalities that are providing services to New Mexicans. And what it does is it allows us to partner directly with companies like PNM, El Paso Electric, Kit Carson, where they go out, they identify the individuals that are in arrearage or are struggling to make payments on their utilities. They ascertain a certificate or an attestation from that individual. They help us verify the amount of money that is owed. And ultimately, we make, if they are eligible, we make payment directly to that utility service provider, which is a win-win because the applicant has their arrearage as well as their bills paid. And ultimately, the utility service provider is able to capture some funds that would be, again, bad debt. You can see on there, electric, gas, water, sewer, trash removal, fuel, to even include wood. If we can verify that wood was a payment was made or a payment is due for wood as a heating source, as well as to include pellets. Obviously in northern New Mexico, that is a heating source. Next slide, please. So again, I just wanted to mention, if you have customers that are behind, this is really critical. Right now, we are under the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The first award or first tranche the state has received terminates or expires September 30th, 2022. So that is less than 3 weeks away to exhaust and expend all of that money. And then right behind it is Emergency Rental Assistance Program 2, which carries the program for the duration as long as funds are available, and or 2025, whichever may come first. But you see on there, we currently have 46 entities that are participating in the bulk utility participants. You can see the total, about $8 million has gone out via the bulk process. And again, 25 million through bulk and general application. Here, I just want to take a moment to emphasize and solicit and encourage every county commission, every PRC commissioner to reach out to the utility service providers and within your respective jurisdictions and encourage them to go back and look and identify any individual that currently owes them utility payments in arrears, and get those to us so that we can determine eligibility and, more importantly, get them paid prior to September 30th, again, to really optimize and maximize the use of ERA 1 funding. Okay, now next slide, please. So with that, that kind of wraps up the home fund. Again, it's just a merger of the two programs. It is a centralization of services. But the key thing I really would like the commissioners to walk away from is, again, please encourage the utility service providers within your jurisdiction to reach out to its clients or help us identify any individuals that still owe them money from September 30th back to May 2020. And we will determine eligibility, and we will still make payments towards those expenditures so that we ensure that, one, those individuals are assisted, and secondly, the utility service providers receive funding that they would otherwise write off as bad debt. With that, Chairwoman Hall and commissioners are definitely open for questions. Again, I appreciate and respect the fact that you have a very lengthy agenda. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Quintana. Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, did you have other remarks to make as well?
No, I just want to make sure that people out there are aware that this program is still being funded. What was the balance, Donnie, that you said was in this first tranche that you want to try and get out the door?
So, it's not going to be an issue of meeting the expenditure requirement on the first award, but it's a matter of maximizing the use of the first award before we transition October 1st to the second award. Currently, on the second award, it could be an allocation up to 122 million moving forward. But we definitely don't want to leave anything that could be paid with ERA 1 funds from May 2020 to September 30th. So again, I encourage you all to reach out to your utility service providers and say, please go back through your files, through your customer files, identify anybody that has a arrearage from May 2020 to September 30th, 2022, and let us know, get them to sign an attestation form, get that to us. If they are deemed eligible, we will still make payments on that arrearage. Is that clear?
Yeah, and it is that even folks that don't have arrearages will claim that they were affected by the pandemic, they can still access these funds, correct?
Yep. Yeah, so obviously moving forward, the program, the funds are going to be available. Right now, our 5-meter target, if you will, our primary focus is trying to take care of any arrearage, but simultaneously, we will take care of things, utility bills going forward. And I know there are, utility service providers like PNM that have established their own programs to assist their constituents or clients. We want to be able to leverage that and use some of our funds. And obviously, this now is applicable to both renters and homeowners. I do recognize early on through our conversations and our partnership, Commissioner Maestas, there are some utility service providers that have the ability to designate between a renter and a homeowner, and there are others that do not, depending on their capacity, right? But if they do have the opportunity, please encourage them to apply for the Homeowner Assistance Fund and continue to apply for the Emergency Rental Assistance Fund. And let's ensure that we're working collectively and collaboratively, that we keep everybody's lights on, their water on, and be able to support New Mexicans through these challenging times.
Thank you, Donnie. We appreciate that. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, Donnie, is there any plan to have some kind of a public service announcement in publications around the state as this deadline approaches?
Yeah.
What's
Great
going
question.
on with that?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. We have done a lot of advertising. Obviously, Henry of Media Desk does a lot of local advertisements through local press, media, radio, interviews. You may have seen, maybe now, if you hadn't paid attention on TV, our basic channels 4, 7, 13, you'll see an advertisement about the home fund suggesting that. But anything we can do to distribute information to the utility providers. And again, they all are participating in our bulk process. We have a designated liaison staff member that works directly with each one of the utility service providers and provides them information. So they are on board. The one thing, again, they just may need some re-emphasis or encouragement or inspiration to get them to go back and look at anybody else that may be eligible that we may not have been able to assist for whatever reason.
Terrific. Thank you.
You betcha.
Mr. Quintana, thank you so much. This is so informative. Can you give me those dates again? You said between the period of, if they have arrearages from between May and 2020
to
until
September 30th, 2022. That is the immediate target. If we can take care of those, and then obviously moving forward, we will have funding moving forward. But for right now, what we're trying to do is optimize the funds that we have received that terminate or expire by September 30th. Let's use them all up and not return anything back to the Treasury. Use them all up to ensure every New Mexican that is eligible gets the assistance that they deserve.
Well, I think that's really outstanding, and I'm just staggered with how much money you were able to distribute, and I can't commend you enough for being so effective in running this program, and I'm so glad. It does my heart good to know that so much help was provided to New Mexicans, and I'm just wowed to think that there's still an opportunity. So I'm very glad we're having this presentation today, and thank you, Vice Chair Maestas, for thinking of putting this on the agenda. I think it's really important. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Madam Chair, yeah. Wayne and our PIO, I think it'd be a great idea to statewide send out a press release on this from the commission, urging people to take advantage of this. So I'd love it if you all could follow up on that. And, you can't message it enough. You can say it 30 times and half the people still aren't going to hear it. And so I see Donnie nodding his head. So there's no way we can say it too much. So,
that's exactly right. So with that, Commissioner, if I may, if Henry Valdez is able to put his contact information in the chat, whoever your press person is can work directly with Henry. Henry works directly with us. We will ensure to get out a press release, and more importantly, see how we can cooperate and collaborate on getting the message out for obviously the first round of funding and just as importantly, the second round of funding.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, I
You're
see
welcome.
we have Miss Renee Ward from DFA on. And Miss Ward, would you like to provide us with your information that I'm sure you have associated with this subject?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to provide that. And just kind of a lasting comment here is I do think that there's a huge opportunity to engage the utility providers. And the first step would be for them to go back through their billings and identify those customers that are in arrearage. And then if they could contact me, then I could really, be hand in hand with them in terms of a process going forward that would be easier for them to get reimbursements and faster.
Well, okay, that's sounds like a very excellent idea, and I hope the utility members who are listening in today, and I believe they do listen in on our meetings, take that to heart and reach out to you personally, or
yes.
Just okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. Thank you very much for providing that information. I'm sure it's
I'll put it in
all
the
right.
chat as well.
Okay. Oh, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well,
Thanks
Can
again,
you,
Chairman Hall and Chairwoman Hall and Commissioner Maestas and all the commissioners. Thank you all for the great work you're doing. And we look forward to continuing and fostering that partnership. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. So let's move on. Hans, can you put the agenda back up for the public to see? We have, let's see, consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the minutes of the August 24th, 2020.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Anybody want to second this motion? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any discussion, any comments about or corrections for the minutes from August 24th meeting? Hearing none, can we have the roll call, Judy?
Yes. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The minutes of August 24th, 2022 have been approved 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. So let's move on to consent action items. Judy, do you want to read out the captions?
Yes.
Oh, wait a second. Yes, do that first and then.
Okay. Transportation matters. I have,
Madam Chair, just to point out, there seems to be a typo there in the first one. In 22-00203, I believe it's the Village of Elite instead of Elite.
I think you're right.
Can confirm.
does anyone know the correct spelling?
Yes,
What is the correct spelling?
E is in Edward, L is in Lick, I is in Indigo, D is in Dog, A is in Apple.
Oh,
Oh, Elida.
okay. Okay, as corrected, the first matter is transportation matter 22-00203 in the matter of the application of the Village of Allied Medical Transport LLC for a change to its tariff. There's a potential order regarding the application. Transportation matter 22-00153 in the matter of the investigation of WHC NM LLC. There's potential order regarding settlement. Utility matters, case number 22-00209 UT in the matter of the verified petition of Jemez Mountains Electric Cooperative, Inc. for designation as an eligible telecommunications carrier. Potential order assigning hearing examiner. Case number 22-00239 UT in the matter of the State Rural Universal Service Fund 2023 per connection charge and fund size calculations. Potential initial order, opening docket, and requesting information from Rural ILEX and Sacred Wind. Case number 22-00232 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc. for approval of its 2023 to 2025 Energy Efficiency Program, proposed initial order on application.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vice Chair.
to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Commissioner Fishman. Judy, can you please take the roll? Or any discussion on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Hans.
I just want to clarify that caption for the record on 22-203 TRR. There just should not have been a village of. The proper title for that is in the matter of the application of Elite Medical Transport LLC for a change to its tariff. There was no village. That was just a cut and paste error.
Oh, I see. So the correct name of the company is Elite Medical Transport. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that is the way the order is drawn up.
Okay, and all right. And so the words village of should be struck.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Hans. I appreciate that clarity. Any other comments about the consent agenda before we vote? Okay, hearing none. Judy, can you take the roll call? And I have to say there's some feedback somewhere. If somebody's not muted, I'd appreciate if they would mute. Okay, thanks. Thank you. I think that helps. That was Commissioner Fishman. All right, Judy, can you take the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
I need you unmute now. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The consent action agenda items are passed 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the regular action items. Under transportation matters, we have none. And going to utility matters, the first item is number 6. The case is 21-00128-UT in the matter of a commission rulemaking regarding NMPRC Rule 17.7.3, New Mexico Administrative Code, Integrated Resource Plans and Procurement Procedures. And Judith Amer is going to be presenting a potential final order. Judy, would you like to proceed now?
Yes, and
Madam Chair, just a kind of a point of order, like for these agendas, we already had discussed in a meeting.
We've already discussed what? Did you say?
We've already discussed this rulemaking, and I'm just wondering if maybe we can focus on any changes since we of starting all over again, if that makes sense.
Well, I don't see why we can't discuss change. I mean, I think the intent today was to discuss changes. I think I'd like to hand it to Commissioner Fishman because he requested putting this on the agenda at this time. Did you want to clarify how you wanted to proceed with this, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Maestas is right on track here. We've already reviewed the rule. We've made a few final adjustments based on some comments from commissioners. And I think it's fine for Judy just to review the changes and go from there. So thank you for that suggestion, Commissioner Maestas.
Great suggestion. Thank you.
yes,
Okay, so go ahead, Judy.
Robert London has offered to screen share the Exhibit C, which is the rule changes made since the NOPR version. And this will, I think, when we're talking about the sections, will help to have that on your screen.
Hello, Judy. This is Robert. The screen sharing is currently disabled for me.
Okay. Hans, would you allow Robert to screen share?
Yeah, give me 1 sec here. We might have a too many co-hosts sort of situation. Give me 1 minute. Patrick, are you able to?
Yeah, Robert, you're good to go.
Okay, so I'll just highlight the important changes that have been made since the NOPR version. And so I'll jump right to section 10. And which is entitled, no, I believe, sorry, section 9. The facilitated stakeholder process. And I would like to just emphasize that in response to widely held concerns that that there was a litigated portion of the IRP process, and that it was only 4 months, the commission determined that the commission would accept the statement of need and action plan rather than approve them. And the commentary process resulted in a rule that's different in 2 ways. The timeline is extended from a 20-day, 40-day, 60-day, 90-day comment and acceptance to a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day, 120-day comment and exception period. And any public comments submitted, which may or may not include the commenter's own statement of need and action plan, would be made part of the utility's IRP as addendums if the utility determines that they're needed. And the commission was also sympathetic to other concerns of commenters and thus incorporated certain sections to 17.7.9 that a requirement that the commission will not insert itself in the facilitated stakeholder process, removal of language that the commission would modify the statement of need or action plan, and that staff and stakeholders shall sign confidentiality agreements and have
Judy?
access. Yes.
Judy, excuse me, the screen that I'm seeing, are we covered? Oh, good. Okay, it's moving along. Okay, never mind. Please proceed.
And that staff and stakeholders will sign confidentiality agreements before having access to utilities modeling software and information, and a limit on the number of modeling runs. So then moving on to the next big change in section 10, there was, and I think I talked about this last time, the commission disagrees with the comments of EPE, PNM, and SPS that they argued there should not be the inclusion of transmission planning in the statement of need. However, the commission disagrees with that and agrees with the comments of Interwest, NMAREA, and Onward that transmission is a key element of the IRP process. The commission agrees that transmission is complicated, but it's not so complicated that it cannot be taken into account in the planning process. The commission concurs with the concerns of NMAREA and Interwest that the failure to include transmission planning could result in transmission constraints and a loss of opportunity to provide lower rates to customers through collaborations about transmission. The commission agrees with the comments of PNM and others that the original 4-month timeline, as stated above, for a litigated statement of need and action plan was too short. For that reason, the commission revised the rule, removed any reference to approval on statement of need and action plan to minimize delays, to minimize litigation, and that it would be purely an acceptance phase. Okay, moving on to section 11, action plan. I would say the changes that were made there from the NOPR version were consistent with what I just said about the statement of need, in that it's not a litigated process. It's not approval by the commission, it's acceptance. And the commission also agreed with commenters that the 4-year IRP cycle should be shortened to 3 years. And the commission also added staff's proposed language to clarify that action plan updates are filed in the existing IRP docket. Next, on to section 12. In response to comments, the commission made a lot of clarifications. For example, there are times when the action plan doesn't require an RFP. That there are times that the bid ranking section needed to be clarified. That the anti-discrimination clause is a rule requirement, not RFP requirement. That as a whole, the areas of disagreement were that the commission disagreed with P&M that the proposed rule would prevent utilities from capitalizing on special procurement opportunities. This was brought up by P&M, or reacting to changed circumstances. Because, and as I will describe in the variance section, the proposed rule would allow a utility to file for a variance or cite a material event in order to bypass any perceived restriction. P&M's argument that the proposed rule would increase costs for customers is conclusory and unsupported. P&M made takings arguments, but that is given the fact that this is not an approval process, this is an acceptance process, that no longer is applicable. SPS commented that the proposed rule prioritizes matters other than cost effectiveness and creates conditions that will likely lead to litigation by unsuccessful bidders and increased costs. But again, the commission disagrees that those comments are conclusory and unsupported. SPS has a definition of cost effectiveness, but doesn't really define it or provide a legal argument why the commission cannot define it. Further, SPS's assertion that the proposed rule leaves utility managers without any discretion is simply not true when you read the plain language of section 12. Because the utility is given discretion to make choices at every step in the RFP process. And so the commission does not interfere by virtue of this rule with the utilities RFP process. The commission believes that a transparent RFP process will not be an impediment, and that utilities are frequently conducting their own RFP processes, but not transparently, and that the only difference here isn't in time or efficiency, but it's just that one is transparent and one is not. There's no reason that making the transparency part of the RFP process would lead to litigation any more than anything else. It's conclusory and unsupported. And lastly, but not leastly, we recently added a scope and purpose paragraph in response to comments made by Commissioners Maestas and Byrd at the August 24th, 2022 meeting. And I can read that to you now. Let me just get it up on my screen. Okay, section 12. Scope and purpose. Unless the commission grants a public utilities variance application pursuant to 17.7.317, that's in this rule, for a variance from section 12 of this rule, the utility shall follow the request for proposals process to ensure cost competitiveness and fairness in procurement by comparing proposals between bidders through a transparently designed and monitored request for proposals. As we stated, in response to a question by Commissioner Byrd, he queried whether the request for proposal process was used for every single procurement. And the answer was no. There's the variance section, which I can go to now. And we just wanted to make it extremely clear.
Judy, excuse me, I'm sorry, this is Chair Hall. Can you go back to that one section just for a minute? I have a grammatical correction I want to make.
Okay. In A, scope and purpose?
Yes. Between bidders should be among bidders. Between is only between two. Among is between three or more.
Oh,
I hope we have more than two bidders.
very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if I may, we could go to the variance section so you can see. So you could see how the interplay between the two, which is section 17. And in particular 17D. And we clarified some of the language there too in response to comments made from Commissioner Byrd that some of them were confusing, and I hope they're less confusing now, but I think it's worth just going through 1 through 7 and 17D 1 through 7, the following types of procurements that deviate from the commission's from the Utilities Commission accepted plan shall be submitted to the commission as an application for a variance pursuant to 17.7.3.17. And I think, and this is just something that I'm looking at for the first time, they don't necessarily have to deviate. They could, but they could also be submitted for a variance even if they're in accordance with the plan, but they meet 1 through 7. And I'd like some comments from the commission on what I just said. That being said, number 1 is emergency procurements. Number 2 is capacity and/or energy from newly constructed utility-owned supply-side resources with a nameplate rating of 20 megawatts or less. And so throughout, I rewrote it to say 20 megawatts or less so that it wouldn't be confusing. Number 3, capacity and/or energy from the generation facilities of other utilities or from non-utility generators pursuant to agreements for a 2-year term or less, including renewal terms, or for 20 megawatts of capacity or less. Number 4, improvements or modifications to existing utility generation facilities that change the production capability of the generation facility site in question by 20 megawatts or less, based on the utility's share of the total power generation at the facility site, and that have an estimated cost of 20 million or less. 5, interruptible service provided to the utility's electric customers. 6, modification to or amendment of existing power purchase agreements, provided that the modification or amendment does not extend the agreement more than 4 years and does not add more than 20 megawatts of nameplate capacity to the utility system, and is cost effective in comparison to other supply side alternatives available to the utility. And 7, utility administered demand side programs. So that being said, that's a fairly substantial list of variances from the procurement process that a utility can apply for and be essentially not have to follow the RFP section 12. And I can keep going, or I can stand for questions. I would say the only other important change that was made was in the independent monitor section. And at that point in section 14, and I think we went over this quite a lot at the last meeting. Many commenters, utilities in particular, forcefully argued against the independent monitor, alleging that the independent monitor would cloud the impartiality of the commission or prejudge the outcome of the resource approval process. And as previously stated, the independent monitor is an agent of the commission, acting solely to ensure that the procurement processes and results are fair to all competitors, so that it's not a preordained result. And to provide assurance of the independent monitor's impartiality, the proposed rule was amended from the NOPRD rule to state that the independent monitor shall notify the commission of any perceived or actual conflicts that arise during the course of the procurement process. And in addition, a big change the commission made from the NOPRD rule was the commission agreed with the utility that the cost reimbursement of the independent monitor should be clarified, and it was modified to state, quote, funding for the services of the independent monitor shall be paid by the utility and treated as a regulatory asset to be recovered through rates and established in the utility's next general rate proceeding. And finally, after having a discussion at the commission meeting on August 24th, in response to comments of commissioners, there was a scope and purpose section added. And I can, if we go to that, I can read that. Okay. 17.7.3.14, independent monitor scope and purpose. The independent monitor's role is to help the commission determine that the request for proposals, design, and execution is fair, competitive, and transparent. The independent monitor shall advise the commission and report on the RFP process, but the independent monitor shall not make or participate in the public utilities decision regarding the procurement process or the selection of resources. Again, this is to make what the commission thought was abundantly clear, but maybe it wasn't, that the independent monitor looks at the RFP process and compiles a report and is there to see whether or not the RFP process is fair, competitive, and transparent. The independent monitor does not make or participate in any utility decision regarding the procurement process or selection of resources. And I believe those are the main changes, very, very high level of that were made in response to comments since the NOPR version and in response to comments made by commissioners at the last meeting. And so with that, I would stand for questions. And I would also state that the proposed order would recommend adopting a final rule, which will be attached as Exhibit A. And it will be filed with the State Records and Archives after the motion for reconsideration process at the commission.
Thank you, Judy. I see Commissioner Vice Chair Maestas, were you intending to say something? I know you got, okay, fine. All right. Well, thank you very much, Judy. Do any commissioners have any questions of Judy? Hearing none, I just want to say thank you very much, Judy. I really appreciate you going over those changes. We have discussed this before, and we do have a long agenda. So if there's no further comments from any commissioners, I'd like to entertain a motion. Or I'll move to approve this rulemaking. Do I have a second? Commissioner Fishman, are you listening? Or did you want to
I'm
make
trying to
comments?
unmute. I will second.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion whatsoever?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I just want to
Maestas.
commend you, Commissioner Fishman, and Art O'Donnell, and Mary Jane, many others that have had a hand in this. I think it's an incredibly progressive rule with respect to IRPs. And so I just wanted to recognize all of you for your hard work and persistence in getting us to this point today.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Maestas. That's very kind of you to say. And I too feel it's progressive, but it's completely in line with our charge to implement the Energy Transition Act. And so I'm very proud of it. Okay. Well, Judy, can you take the roll?
Would any other commissioner like to comment? We have a motion and a second. I guess
Yes,
hearing.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judy, I have a question about the consuming plans exercise with little impacts on the utility operations. Can you go over that just one more time, please?
Yes, I didn't hear one of the words that you said. Could you repeat that?
My question is about the efficient and time-consuming planning exercise. Do you have? Can you expand your explanation on that?
Yes. The present rule it has a planning process. This does not really expand the time consuming nature of it at all. In fact, it accelerates it in the sense that it requests that utilities begin the stakeholder process 6 months before they actually file, and it has a staggered filing schedule so that P&M will be filing on or before September 1st, 2023. SPS would file on or before September 1st, 2024, and EPE would file on or before September 1st, 2025. And currently the utilities are filing IRPs every 4 years. Now it would be every 3 years. But after the utility file, the time frame is the same as the time frame now. And so it currently may be a consuming process, but it's a very important process. And it's something that the commission and the utilities have been doing for many years. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I have, I'm not sure exactly why it's being shortened by 1 year, and yet we say that there is an efficient and time-consuming planning. I'm a little bit confused with that. If we're going to shorten the time frame, at the same time, we're saying that there is an inefficient and time-consuming planning issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Just in answer to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, actually the input period to develop the IRP is being shortened from what's currently a year to 6 months to submission of the IRP. And that was done with input from stakeholders for two reasons. One is there is concern that by the time we got around to approving the IRP, the information was stale. And second, that the process was so drawn out that for people who wanted to participate in the input process, it was so long and time consuming, they would drop out. And so that was the reason that we shortened that period of time from public meetings to submission of the IRP for review and approval. And so hopefully that saves everybody time and effort by getting rid of some of the excess time being spent in that part of the process. So I don't know if that clarifies for you, but.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner Fishman, how funny. I'm the chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'd like to mention the part that I think is important about that change as well, and that is the nature of the interaction between the utility and the public. In the past, I think the general understanding was that the public advisory aspect of the process, because it's called a public advisory process, was that the public was being advised about what the utility was going to do. But what we've done is look at this process as an opportunity for the utility and the public to, well, for the utility to be advised by the public what they would like to see as well. So it's more of a two-way street, and it's more collaborative, and it's going to be conducted kind of along the lines of workshops that we conduct at the commission or that are conducted elsewhere by other entities when they want to have problem solving conducted. So even though it's 6 months shorter, it's a better quality of interaction. And I have to say, I was not a fan of workshop processes 2 years ago when we started commencing our rulemaking because I thought they were time consuming, but I have learned from participating in them and seeing them that they really do what I was told they would do, which is to cover all the issues that may be potential areas of dispute and allow for much better understanding among all the parties of how to possibly achieve some resolution on some of those issues. And I've seen it work. So I think what we're introducing is something that's rapidly becoming, if it isn't already understood to be, best practices in regulation, not just in utilities, but elsewhere, of having a much more collaborative approach to communication between the public and the utilities. And so that's what this calls for, is essentially a guided workshop process that should be shorter and much more meaningful. So Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I definitely appreciate your concern, because that's one thing that I think is very important, is that the utilities hear the customers and attend to what their needs are. And I think I'm really pleased that you were able to develop this process, because I think it respects everybody's time, but also respects their thoughts by enabling them to say things a lot more freely. So I hope that helps.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
There was one other question Commissioner Vicente Aguilar asked, why 3 years instead of 4? And Robert Lundin, tell me if I'm wrong on this one. I believe that all the participants in the rulemaking, maybe with the exception of one, preferred 3 years. And that was the input we got from all the stakeholders. And
Yes.
that's why we went to 3 years.
That is correct. It was something that the stakeholders requested. And one thing I do want to point out is that the facilitated stakeholder process is required by law, by the statute. And so our rule has always included that component. It's in section 6217-10. And it doesn't really describe what the process exactly looks like, but it does require that there is a facilitated stakeholder process to have advisory discussions among stakeholders. So that part of the IRP rule is the legislature believes is extremely important.
Thank you, Judy. One last question. Do you believe that the proposed rule is timely negotiation with all parties?
Yes, completely. We have done numerous workshops, taken, I would say, 3 or 4 rounds of comments, responses. We've met, gone over all the comments, tried to incorporate them into the rule to make it a better rule. This rule has been completely vetted, and I don't think you could have had a more complete process where all parties were participating in. I think it was exemplary.
Thank you very much, Judy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions or comments?
No, ma'am, I don't. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right. Other commissioners, going once, going twice. Okay. Judy, would you like to take the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fish,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The order passes 5-0.
Thank you, Judy. Well, having gotten that vote, I would like to thank all my fellow commissioners, especially those who've striven over the number of years we've spent on this rulemaking, including Commissioner Fishman, and I believe Commissioner Maestas certainly pitched in with his thoughts as well. And as well, I'd really like to thank all the support staff, to specifically name them. Arthur O'Donnell is absolutely central to the development of this rule. Robert Lundeen and Colin Gillespie have been a tremendous amount of support and thought. Christopher Hall also contributed. And I want to thank the numerous people, the scores of people who participated in the workshop processes that we conducted. There was tremendous amount of public interest in this and public activity. It's been, and I'd like to thank the utilities for their participation as well. I know this is a new turn of events to have so much interaction with the public. And I know it places a demand on them, but I certainly appreciated them stepping up and being present. So I think this has been kind of a bellwether for the way we do rulemakings. And in fact, that we have been conducting other rulemakings along this vein where we have much more collaboration through the workshop process. And I want to thank everybody for giving us their precious time to do this, because I think it really bears fruit. And I have to say, I hear from other commissioners around certainly around the West and around the country as well, that the way we're proceeding with our rulemaking in order to roll out the energy transition process in our state is groundbreaking. We're at the forefront, and other states are really beginning to appreciate that. And I'm proud of that as well. Certainly our legislation has driven us to do this, but engaging in this collaborative process to, at the outset, through the public advisory process, to reach a concept of what is the statement of need, what's the most cost-effective approach thereafter, sets the stage for a much more transparent and efficiently conducted procurement. So I would expect to see other states adopt that pattern. It's novel. And we should be very proud that we were able to pass a rule that carries this out. So I want you to know I really appreciate everybody on the commission for supporting this, because it's really something that we can be proud of for years to come. And thank you, everybody. So moving on, the next item on the agenda is number 7. It's 19-00099 UT and also 19-00348 UT. It's in the matter of the amended application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's amended 2019 Renewable Energy Plan and 2020 Renewable Energy Plan pursuant to the Renewable Energy Act and 17.9.572 New Mexico Administrative Code. And third, revised rate number 38-RPS cost rider. That's one case. That must be 190099. And then the other case caption is in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's application for approval of long-term purchase power agreements with Hecate Energy Santa Teresa LLC, Buena Vista Energy LLC, and Canutillo Energy Center LLC. Russell Fisk will be presenting a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's verified motion for expedited approval of amendments to 2 purchase power agreements, a potential order, and also a potential order concerning El Paso Electric Company's motion for leave to file reply. So Russell, would you like to proceed?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a little preview of this matter last week or the week before. I'm sorry. This matter was briefly discussed. I do have a proposed order for the commission on this motion. I will go ahead and give a brief. I think the commission is somewhat familiar with the motion. I'll just give a brief description of the motion. So I'm going to skip, if you're following along on my memo, I'm going to skip the first portion and go, which is about the order itself, and go back to that. So about EPE's motion, EPE filed this motion at the end of July. In the motion, EPE asks the commission to issue an order approving amendments to 2 previously approved PPAs. The 2 docket captions that Madam Chair just read are the dockets in which those PPAs were approved by the commission. One PPA was for 100 megawatts of renewable energy and 50 megawatts energy storage. I think it was solar energy, and a 20 megawatt I believe solar energy project that was approved for the purpose of meeting EPE's near-term resource capacity needs and RPS requirements. EPE argues that these proposed amendments are required to comply with its RPS requirements, its renewable portfolio standard requirements, and are reasonable and necessary to meet EPE's near-term resource capacity needs at the lowest reasonable cost, given the current supply chain issues faced by EPE's contractual counterparties. As you heard from the title of one of the captions, there are separate LLCs that have been set up for the various projects. Buena Vista Energy Center LLC is the other contracting party. In other words, the provider for the first of the projects, the 100 megawatt solar project with a 50 megawatts battery storage for a 20-year term. And there's another LLC, Buena Vista Energy Center 2 LLC, which is the provider under the 20 megawatt solar energy project, which is also for a 20-year term. But behind both of those LLCs, the supplier is NextEra Energy. So I'll just refer to NextEra as EPE does in this motion. EPA states in this motion that, like other utilities, it has been impacted by the ongoing global supply chain problems, such as longer lead times for material parts and equipment orders. In addition, there's a special unique impact that I don't know if EPE is the only company that is suffering from this problem, but it's one that's over and above the global supply chain issue, which is that the U.S. Department of Commerce has a pending investigation into foreign trade practices regarding solar panels imported from Southeast Asia. I believe it has to do with whether tariffs have been paid on those imports. EPA states that the mere initiation of the investigation by the U.S. Department of Commerce impacted the availability of solar panels and other equipment, as well as the timing of large-scale utility projects throughout the United States. EPE states that until recently, it had expected that the two projects would be online by May 2022. EPE states that in February 2022, NextEra informed EPE that due to supply chain issues, it was unable to complete the projects under the terms of the two PPAs that had already been approved by the commission, and proposed an alternative commercial operation date of November 2022. EPA states that it undertook a series of evaluations to determine whether acceptance of the NextEra proposal for these amendments, or for amended PPAs really, would be in the best interest of its customers. EPA states that it evaluated the financial impact that NextEra's proposal would have on EPE customers and sought to determine whether a potential price increase for the PPAs would be in the best interest of its customers. EPA did an analysis, ran an analysis under cost impact analysis, a sensitivity analysis, sensitivity to changes in price, using its production cost model, Aurora, and that it ran a base case and then sensitivity analysis designed to model the NextEra proposal both with and without off-system sales. EPE consulted with Energy and Environmental Economics, Inc. when designing the sensitivity run. EPA states that E3 recommended, I won't go into it, it was a little bit too much detail, so I was going to skip that. So in other words, EPA did undertake some analysis with regard to the ongoing negotiations with NextEra and the increased price, which I'll describe in a moment. But there was no RFP process. And essentially what NextEra was doing, was announcing to EPE that due to the supply chain crisis, it could not perform all of its contracts. Was not, NextEra presumably has contracts with other utilities, et cetera, and it basically had to choose which ones it would go forward with or which ones would delay. And so essentially, EPE describes this as approving amendments to PPAs. Really, the two PPAs that were approved by the commission, those are non-operative because NextEra, I think there's some ambiguity as to whether NextEra's performance is excused. These are contract law terms, whether it's excused by the force majeure or act of God clause, as the commission is aware, probably from other cases, due to the supply chain crisis and how overwhelming it is, how unexpected, overwhelming, and how it's affecting so many industries. Some companies are claiming, that their performance is excused. In other words, that they're not breaching the contract, but that they can't perform. It's not clear if that's what NextEra is doing here. I think maybe that's still part of the negotiations with EPE. But those PPAs basically are done, whether it's considered breached or the performance excused. These are new PPAs, but for the same project. So these amendments are really, they're new PPAs for the same projects. I just wanted to clarify that. So during negotiations, EPE states that NextEra agreed to reduce its requested price increase, which I think had been $4.88 per hour, per megawatt hour. That's above and beyond the price. That's the increase to $3.50. So EPA was able to negotiate that down a bit. So EPA states that as a result of these negotiations, it and NextEra entered into an amendment to the first PPA regarding the 100 megawatt solar, 50 megawatt storage project on July 13th, conditioned upon approval by the commission. EPA further states that most of the provisions in PPA 1 are unaffected by this amendment. In addition to minor changes, amendment number 1, the amendment to this PPA would postpone the date of operation to June 1st, 2023, and provide for automatic reductions in the rate if NextEra fails to meet that date. Increases the rate from $20.99 per megawatt hour to $24.49 per megawatt hour. That's an increase of the $3.50, as I mentioned. Provides for an option to purchase the project at fair market value in the event of an unsecured default by NextEra, and increases the security fund available to EPE to cover damages, including replacement energy costs to 22,500,000 until commercial operation. That's for the first PPA. For the second PPA, this is the 20 megawatt solar facility. EPA states again that most of the changes are minor changes, and these are the four operative changes are the same. But I just told you it's the same change in the operative date, the same option for EPE to purchase the project for market value in the event of a default by NextEra. And increases the security fund available to EPE to cover damages to $3 million. And there the price is would increase from $19.88 per megawatt hour to $23.38 per megawatt hour. Again, that's an increase of $3.50. So those are the amended agreements, or essentially new agreements, new PPAs for the same projects that EPA seeks expedited approval of in its motion. So if you're following along, I'm going to skip the discussion of the operative rule because I'll discuss that in the discussion of the proposed order. EP argues that this can be expedited because the commission need only evaluate and consider the amendments in this proceeding because it's already considered the rest of the projects themselves and the other aspects of the PPAs. EP argues that the amendments satisfy applicable standards and that approval would be in the best interest of EP customers. EP states that the projects themselves were selected through a competitive resource selection process. That does not mean the amendments were not. You've heard what the analysis was that EPE did with regard to when negotiating with NextEra, but this is not, these new PPAs have not gone through an RFP process. EPE argues that even with the $3.50 megawatt per hour price increase, both of the projects are still below current market prices for similar projects, as evidenced by comparison with bids received in response to two all source RFPs issued in 2021. So there haven't been any RFPs that resulted in these new PPAs, but they're using the 2021 RFPs that were done for capacity needs of EPE in both Texas and New Mexico. Let's see. Okay, so I'm giving you a lot of detail. I'll try to get to the point now. EPE argues that if the commission does not approve these amendments, EPE would be required to replace the projects at a higher cost. That's because that's assuming that there is an environment of increasing prices for solar energy and also for I believe other substitutes to provide energy, partially due to supply chain issues, partially due to other market forces. I won't speculate on that, but there certainly is an environment of increasing prices, and the EP is arguing that locking something in now is going to avoid any further price increases for customers. Okay, so I'll cover that. EPA states that under the PPAs, liquidated damages and actual damages, in other words, for NextEra's refusal to perform or failure to perform, are likely to be available to EPE if NextEra were to default on the projects. In other words, under these new amended PPAs, EPE states its analysis indicates that such damages would not. I'm sorry. They actually are talking about under the breached or the breached PPAs, whether they're breached or whether the performance was excused by NextEra. The EPA states that liquidated damages and actual damages are likely available to EPE if NextEra were to default on the project. I guess they're still working on the projects. See, this is what's a little odd to me. One doesn't default on projects, one defaults on performance on a contract. And EPE seems to be saying if liquidated damages and actual damages are available, then NextEra has actually breached, that EPE is taking the position possibly that NextEra's performance was not excused. And it may not be saying that as so directly because they're still involved in negotiations, which are probably would involve EPE, signing something saying that that Nextera did not breach the current contracts. But in any event, EP states that the damages that it would be likely to receive if it did take Nextera to court on a breach of contract theory is that that such damages would not be sufficient to cover the cost of replacement resources. So there's some, I'll get back to this discussion on that when I discuss the responses to the motion. So the motion is supported by a declaration that's and the proposed amendments are attached to the motion itself. EPA requested that the commission directly consider this matter. In other words, not send it to a hearing examiner, but consider it itself, the commission itself at a hearing, at a regularly scheduled open meeting, but no later than September 1st. Of course, that date has passed. EPA states that time is of the essence for EPA to secure adequate resources necessary to meet its RPS requirements and near-term capacity needs at the lowest reasonable cost. EPA states that staff does not oppose this request. CCAE, the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, and Western Resource Advocates, pardon me, I just lost my place here, support this motion. The Office of the Attorney General, Doñana County, and Philip Simpson take no position on the motion. But as I will note, the Attorney General's office actually did file a response. The City of Las Cruces takes no position on the motion, although the city eventually filed a response in opposition. Marilee Souls asked EP to represent her as opposed to the motion. So I'll talk about the responses to the motion now, and I'll try to summarize a little bit more. I felt I needed to give the detail on what is in the motion because the proposed order that I presenting the commission would fault EP for what information it did not provide. So I felt I needed to go through in detail what they did provide. So the responses were there were responses in opposition to the motion filed by the Attorney General's office, Mexico Attorney General, of course, the City of Las Cruces, and Marilee Souls. The Attorney General urges the Commission to deny the motion, arguing that EPE fails to present a complete or persuasive argument that the amended contract terms will prevent EPE from encountering nearly identical problems 1 year from now. The AG further argues that it is apparent that the terms of the amendment present numerous questions that should be considered by the Commission. The AG contends that the amendment does not provide any assurances that the two projects will be completed in a timely fashion, and in fact contemplates financial penalties to Nextera for each month of further delay beyond June 1st up until October 1st. The AG argues that there is no guarantee that Nextera will complete the projects, as there is always going to be an option for Nextera to default. The AG states that the default penalties in the current contract have not been sufficient to ensure completion of the projects according to the terms of the original contract. The AG argues that the proposed $10 million increase in the amount of liquidated damages from $12.5 million to $22.5 million provides no guarantee that Nextera will again fail to perform. I think that in substance, that is a valid argument. I just like to note to the Commission that under contract law, liquidated damages clauses are specifically not to be in the form of a penalty. They're actually generally states will not, and I assume that this is the law in New Mexico. This is generally sort of black letter law everywhere. Is that a liquidated damages clause in a contract is put there by the parties to estimate what actual damages would be for a breach and make the computation of damages something that doesn't have to be done by a court. Because that creates a lot of uncertainty. Obviously, going to court, is costly. You have to pay lawyers, et cetera. So, liquidated damages clauses are not for the purpose of creating a penalty for the defaulting party or the breaching party. They are supposed to be a good estimation of actual damages and not a penalty. So that's one thing I would take issue with what the Attorney General said, that this is a penalty clause, because a penalty clause in and a contract is not enforceable. But obviously, a liquidated damages clause can be considered either, a deterrence to breach, because it just makes it easier for the other side to enforce the contract without having to go to court. Or if they have to go to court, it's limited to the issue of, whether there was a breach, not the issue of the amount. And again, I'm sorry to have to go into all that detail, but I just think it's an important point, because there isn't an option really for either party to, or specifically EPE, to put in a really, really onerous penalty clause. They do have to stick to a liquidated damages clause that is it has a good approximation of actual damages. But I would agree with the AG that it's a valid consideration to think about whether the liquidated damages amount, will be a deterrence. And the AG notes that the original contract, that the price change is between approximately 150%, 200% greater than the previous contract pricing that was securitized by 12.5 million. The AG goes on to note that the proposed increase in liquidated damages is less than a 200% increase, meaning that there could be an even greater temptation for NextEra to default in 2023 if prices continue to rise. But again, like I said, that actually is what we should expect, is that a liquidated damages clause should be estimating actual damages and not creating a penalty over and above that. The AG further argues that EPE's request to approve the amendments in an expedited fashion is inappropriate and would do a disservice to New Mexico and its residents. The AG contends that EPE's expedited request calls into question the manner in which EPE has handled this entire situation and undermines any faith that EPE is handling the amendment in an adequate fashion or will adequately manage the completion of these projects going forward. Let me see here. The AG notes that though EPE claims that time is of the essence for EPE to secure adequate resources to meet RPS requirements and near-term capacity needs, EPE has not provided an analysis of its near-term capacity needs, nor a demonstration of its resources and what is needed to meet its RPS requirements. The AG argues that the omitted information would be valuable information for the Commission so that the Commission can understand what the effect on ratepayers might be in the summer of 2023, when EPE faces the very real possibility that these projects are again not available, i.e. if NextEra decides to breach and if the supply chain issues continue. The AG concludes that given the number of unanswered questions that are presented in this rushed motion, the lack of adequate time for deliberation provided by consideration in a single open meeting, which is what was requested by EPE, the AG urges the Commission to establish a procedure that will efficiently allow for discovery that can shed light on EPE's processes, et cetera. In the city's response, the city seeks notice and hearing on the motion and states that its response is also should be considered an initial protest to EPE's motion under Rule 551, which is the PPA rule. That rule authorizes the Commission to approve long-term purchase power agreements without a hearing if no protests are received within 60 days. So I think that the AG's response, as well as Mary Lee Souls, could also be considered a protest, but the city is officially noting that its response should be considered a protest. The city argues that the expedited procedure requested by EP would deny interested persons due process. It actually would what was requested by EP would prohibit interveners from presenting witness testimony and other evidence. This is, I agree, this is an extraordinary request by EP, limiting them to providing public comments. The city further argues that EP does not seek variances from the final orders issued in the two dockets, presenting its motion as an application for approval of two new PPAs. However, as the city notes, EP has failed to comply with the detailed informational requirements applicable under Rule 51 and Rule 572, which is the Renewable Energy Act rule. I would just note here my agreement with that statement, because generally when a company asks the Commission to deviate from its usual procedures, it points out exactly where the deviations are, and provides reasoning and support or rationale for variances from each of those provisions, such as in this case would be the detailed informational requirements for an application for approval of PPA. and also to deviate so much from the commission's usual procedures for hearing, for notice and hearing, and these instances. I mean, I think there's an indication, of course, that a general reason, the increasing price, the price environment of increasing prices and supply chain issues. But I mean, EP has simply presented that as a blanket reason for what it's asking for, without noting exactly what it's not providing and why it should be excused from providing it. And so we just get a very general request for an expedited proceeding, which is radically expedited. I mean, it would prevent the interveners from basically saying anything, really. Okay, so I'm almost done with the responses, and I'll get to the order. You can already see where I'm going in the order. Of course, you have my proposed order. Mary Souls urges the commission to deny the motion on the basis that there's insufficient evidence provided that the amendments serve the public interest, and she provides a specific list of questions and issues that she urges the commission to investigate, such as what is the current status of the Buena Vista projects? That's a good question, and in this apparently there are negotiations. There have been negotiations, but we don't know where the projects actually stand. How closely are to completion? What exactly the impact of the supply chain issues have been in terms of how much material has actually been delivered, how much of the project has been performed. Has been completed. The likelihood of the Buena Vista projects, the likelihood that they can be completed successfully by June 2023, is it realistic, given current circumstances? That is the new date realistic? The adequacy of the proposed contractual amendments to assure accountability for achieving successful completion, which is something the AG was talking about, and what alternatives to the project should be pursued. That would be, an RFP process is what would really indicate what the other options are. And that does take time. And market conditions could change during that time and prices could rise. But we really don't know what other alternatives are available to these projects. And we don't know how far down the road they are, so that, it might be, that'd be a consideration as to whether to consider what alternatives should be considered, but we don't know any of that. And all that information is, not the RP information, but information about where the projects stand is certainly available to EPE, and they really didn't include it. Okay, so EPE also filed a motion for leave to file reply to the responses, arguing that the responses to the motion are misleading, mischaracterize EPE's arguments, and raise substantive issues that are irrelevant and could lead to the commission rendering a decision on an incomplete or missing record. I just have to comment. I find that a bit rich that EPE is criticizing the people responding to the motion and that their responses could lead to the commission rendering a decision on an incomplete or missing record, when it is clear that, EPE is asking the commission to do, that's what the motion is asking for. So let me just skip to, and the city filed a response to that. I'm not going to go into detail on that because you've already had too much detail for me. So I'll go right to the proposed order. I know there was a lot of detail, but unfortunately this motion really, and the proposed order really call for a detailed examination. Okay, so the proposed order that I have drafted for the commission is one that Commissioner Fishman and I discussed. But as an alternative, the commission could just flatly deny the motion. This proposed order would be a conditional denial of the motion. So let me just briefly describe the proposed order. The proposed order would have the commission find that the motion should be conditionally denied. And in the memo, now I'm on the first page of the memo, I've actually reiterated the findings, the commission findings. The proposed order would have the commission agree with the AG that EPE has omitted critically important information about the potential impacts of NextEra's defaults on the PPAs. As the AG notes, EPE references the need to meet near-term capacity needs as a reason that the commission should grant the motion on an expedited basis, but with an extraordinarily low level of scrutiny without elaborating upon that bare assertion. As the city points out, the motion falls very far from the standards of review that the commission applies under Rule 51 and Rule 572. The potential for a resource adequacy problem may justify such a radical departure from the commission's usual procedures as EPE requests. The commission is, above all, concerned about the ability of regulated utilities to provide safe and reliable service. If there is such a potential problem here, then the commission may consider EPE's proposal on an expedited basis. Thus, the commission in this order requests information from EPE about this potential problem, information that should have been provided in the motion. This is information, by the way, that would have supported the motion if it exists, if that is the situation. So if that is the situation, then it's a mystery as to why EPE would not have made that the central argument in its motion. Okay, going back to the proposed order. If EPE does not show that there is a potential resource adequacy problem, then the motion should be denied. The commission agrees with the AG that EPE's own statements in the motion indicate that a significant portion of the urgency claimed by EPE has arisen from EPE's decision to delay filing the motion until long after NextEra had announced its intention not to perform. In other words, though it took more time to negotiate the agreement, EPE could have at least inform the commission, and the commission might have said, start an RFP process now, back in February or March. Moreover, the degree to which the motion falls short of the informational requirements available to what would ordinarily be presented to the commission as a detailed application for a PPA approval cannot be attributed entirely to the urgency caused by market conditions. The informational deficiencies of the motion are described in detail in all three of the responses to the motion. These deficiencies are largely inexcusable and create a significant danger that, in granting the motion on an expedited basis, the commission might act without the benefit of important information that is currently available to EPE. The order would also find that the motion for leave to file a reply should be denied. In this order, the commission relies upon the obvious deficiencies in the motion. As I said, in the motion itself, the motion for approval of the PPAs. As you'll recall, they just said the argument made by EP in the motion for leave to file a reply was that the responses were mischaracterizing the facts, bringing in irrelevant facts, and mischaracterizing EP's positions. But the AG and the city actually quote large portions of EP's own motion, and criticize that and find deficiencies in that. So I don't feel the commission needs a reply from EPE to clarify anything, because to the extent that there are arguments that go by the respondents that go beyond that, they're not relied upon in this proposed order. The arguments that are cited and noted in the proposed order are ones that rely directly on what is said in EP's motion itself. So going back to this proposed order, it would say, to the extent that the commission agrees with arguments made in the responses, they are those arguments that are based upon the responding party's analyses of the motion, in which the commission concurs based upon the commission's own review of the motion. Again, as I said, not all of the arguments that were made by the respondents were included in this proposed order. Just the ones that are responding directly to the content of the motion itself, even quoting from the motion. So the ordering paragraphs of the proposed order would state, 1, that the motion is conditionally denied. 2, that the commission may consider the amended PPAs at issue on some sort of expedited basis if EPA demonstrates a reasonable probability of substantial resource adequacy problems arising from the commission's denial of the motion. And 3, that EPE must demonstrate such a probability by filing in the docket on or before this coming Monday sufficient facts in the form of a declaration or affidavit, or multiple such declarations or affidavits on that date. If the proposed order is adopted by the commission, I'll bring the matter back at next week's open meeting with the information provided by EPE. And with that, I will take any questions.
Russell, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you as you've been discussing this. How does the proposed order address the proposed order from Commissioner Fishman address any of the due process issues that were raised by the City of Las Cruces and the AG, because I don't think we can ignore those. I don't think we're free to ignore those. Are you saying that somehow getting information about resource adequacy would cure the due process issues that have been alleged?
No, Commissioner, Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. And the commission, that's a very good point, and I should have brought that up in this memo.
I just want to say I'm really sensitive to that issue because we were really criticized by the Supreme Court in a recent case in which they reached a decision that found that we denied due process, and it was, it was very glaring and it was not good. And I don't want us to make that kind of mistake again. So could you proceed with what you're going to say?
Yes, that's a very good point, Commissioner. Sorry, Madam Chair. Is that this order, by requesting more information and stating that the commission might be willing to do an expedited process, raises the question of whether, if the commission did receive adequate information next week about there being a danger to the EPE's ability to provide reliable service, it does actually, this proposed order would say that, again, like I said, that the commissioner would consider doing an expedited proceeding. It would not, that the commission would decide that next week, essentially what that process would be, or whether the information really justified an expedited process, and would be deciding, how to expedite this process without doing what EPE said. It would be a somewhat expedited process. So I haven't laid out what that would be, because we would only consider, under this order, the commission would only consider that if there were adequate indications of such a danger to the reliability of service. And it wouldn't actually set out what the process would be. It certainly would not be what EPE, I would not recommend what EPE recommended, which really did cut the interveners out of any input. So
right.
This order doesn't resolve that, but the commission could instead just flatly deny the motion on the basis that, what's been asked for in terms of an expedited proceeding is not justified, period. That EPE has failed to show, they have the burden of showing that there's good reason for deviating so far from our usual procedures, and really cutting interveners out, that we just deny it, and we don't even going to look into that. Because I could easily, if the commission votes today, to just flatly deny it, all I would do is add some language about the fact that that none of these bases have been would be adequate for such a radical departure from the commission's usual procedure, including this vague reference to near-term capacity needs, and that is, it would simply be denied. And I could also mention that what they're asking for in terms of due processes is so far from the constitutional standard or the state constitutional standard or any reasonable notion of what due process is, that we won't even, that'll just be flatly denied. So that's an option for the commission, and I can write that order easily.
I appreciate that. And I wanted to let other people comment, but I also wanted to, I noticed you didn't, if you said it, I didn't hear you say it. The AG had pointed out that, EPE was informed of uncertainties around in the ability of the project to be able to be completed on March 31st of 2022, but it wasn't until July that 29th, the end of July, 4 months, that they came to the commission with this issue. And, I don't appreciate that we're being asked to do something quickly when we don't have the whole picture in front of us. And well, we have a picture in front of us, but what's not happening in the proposed order by Commissioner Fishman is an opportunity for the other parties to have due process. And I'm concerned about that. And I see Commissioner Fishman coming on, and I certainly want you to state that, Commissioner Fishman, but As I was reading these filings last night, and previously, I was reading them previously too. I remember being struck when the city of Las Cruces and Ms. Sewell's and AG's filings were first filed, and I was able to see them with their concern about due process. So I think it's something we absolutely have to deal with. So I'll stop and let Commissioner Fishman make his comments. I see he's raring to go there, getting stoked up with calories.
I'm eating my lunch snack here.
We'll do
And
that
Madam Chair,
next.
your concerns are all well placed. And I'm a little bit torn on this one, not a lot torn. And Russell, first, maybe just a question to you. You said that El Paso Electric had made a follow-up filing that didn't provide any additional information, but basically criticized the commission for what? Could you describe that again real quickly?
Well, yes, Commissioner Fishman, EPE filed a motion to file for leave to file a reply and a proposed reply. But the motion was based on the idea that the responses had included additional irrelevant substantive information, that the responses mischaracterized EPE's own arguments and contentions in its motion. And so I didn't really get into the content of that reply because this order would rely, as I said in the proposed order, would rely upon those parts of the responses that just point out the deep deficiencies in the motion itself, and the fact that there hasn't been any elaboration on this issue of capacity.
So EPE has not submitted any additional information, is what you're saying?
And on the
And
issue of capacity, no, and that couldn't be done. That wouldn't be proper to reply anyway, because then there'd have to be that's something that should be done in a motion. That's the burden is to present all facts that are needed to support a motion, which should have in this case actually been an application for approval of PPAs, with affidavits in the motion itself, and not in a reply, which should only be responding, which is one, not provided for under our rules except in special cases. That's why they file a motion for leave. And two, should only be responsive to arguments made in the responses in opposition. And so, as I said, I haven't even. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay, so I mean, a couple of weeks ago we discussed this, and what I'd said is you presented characterizations of evidence, but they didn't present any evidence in their filing, and we apparently are still in the same spot. So certainly they were not particularly responsive to my comments. But where I'm a little torn on this one is I do believe that if we go through a full process, RFP process, and we go through the time, that there's a good chance that consumers will end up paying higher prices than the current proposed contracts. And we see evidence of that actually in the next docket that we're going to discuss with P&M Palo Verde replacement resources. So while El Paso Electric has, from what I can tell, not behaved particularly well, I don't want to end up in a situation where we end up punishing consumers for EPE's bad behavior. So what I was intending to do with this motion is give them every last opportunity to submit enough information to satisfy the commission and hopefully satisfy City of Las Cruces and the AG and Mary Lee Souls, who all raise issues that are absolutely on point. I agree with every single issue they're raising. But again, I don't want to end up with then a solution that ends up costing consumers more money down the road. And again, we can see that in what's happened with the item number 8 on the agenda coming up. So my intent here was not to quash due process, but if they can submit some information that gives us reason to even consider expediting, that we could cobble together a quick process that would still satisfy due process concerns. So that was my hope in proposing this approach to the order. Yeah, so there's really not much more to say about it than that. And it's really just a last ditch attempt. If EPE is going to collaborate and put together the information, that they've got all the information. All they need to do is give it to folks. Can they put together enough information that would convince folks that we can move forward with an expedited process? And quite frankly, at this point, given what they've given us, there is no reason to do an expedited process because they just haven't provided enough information for any of the parties to act on. So anyway, that's my intent with this order. And, my anticipation would be that if they come forward with information that is needed, that from there we would put together an expedited process that would incorporate due process and that we would not be throwing that out the window. So.
Yes, and Madam Chair, that's exactly the intent. So just to clarify for next week, what would happen is the commission would receive or not receive information from EPE on Monday. Then at the open meeting, there'd be sort of a two-step process. One, to examine that information and decide if it was sufficient, raise a sufficient concern about reliability such that the commission would want to do an expedited process. And if the answer were no, the commission would just issue an order that said, this condition has not, we've reviewed the information, the condition has not been met, it's denied unconditionally, we're done. Or if there were sufficient information to raise that concern and the commission wanted to go forward with some kind of expedited process, the due process issues would be addressed then. It would not be adopting, the commission would not be adopting what EPE asked for. It would be some other kind of expedited proceeding that did give an opportunity for full consideration of the interveners' arguments, also for them to present testimony, et cetera.
And Madam Chair, one just final follow-on to that is that so, what I'm really trying to do here is be sure that we let El Paso Electric know and the public know that we've exhausted every last possibility to get consumers the best deal here. And that if it doesn't happen, it's not because the commissioner, it's not because the commission went forward blindly just following procedure and kind of threw consumer concerns out the window. We would have given EPE every possibility of making their case before we made the decision to toss out what to me looks like a pretty good deal. And if it doesn't come to fruition, it's only because EPE didn't follow through. It's not because the commission was blind to consumer concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Well, I'm glad to hear that there were, and I trust that you, when you were developing your concept of an alternative approach, that you were certainly concerned about the due process issues as well. I worked with you long enough to know that you care deeply about that as well. But my concern is the clarity of the objections about how full due process is needed in this case, not only just because of the lack of information, but because there needs to be an opportunity for a full hearing so the witnesses can be cross-examined and the full process can be conducted. And I don't like to make a decision based on an expedited process. I don't like to start thinking that an expedited process can be conducted when I'm not sure what we're talking about in terms of an expedited process. If it's before a hearing examiner, fine. If it's before a commissioner, I've seen enough of those processes to know that going before the full commission and skipping the hearing examiner portion of the process does not improve the parties' options for due process. So I don't think that's a solution, in my opinion. I think we would be in a good position for that. So, and it would bother my conscience to not provide the parties full due process, and we're not free to diminish it. So, I mean, I understand your concern about cost impacts, and I share them, but there may be other ways to address that issue in a rate case or whatever further on down the line. I don't know that it's a certainty that consumers would suffer. So that's the way I looked at this, and I'm regret we maybe I didn't remember some of our discussion. If we discussed this last week, I don't know, but I definitely think that's an issue we will have to struggle with. So, I mean.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Russell, the Madam Chair raised an interesting question. What might be our, if we were to basically just deny the motion and, just do a straight denial, what would be our options in a future rate case to address potential additional costs that would be incurred?
Well, Commissioner Fishman, I think, with a straight denial, there would be no implications. I think what Commissioner or Madam Chair was saying is that if we did go through an expedited process and approve these, that there might be still some way to avoid them being in rates, and that's what I previously discussed with you.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, Russell. Russell, I did. That's
okay,
not what I intended. I'm sorry you understood that way. What I'm saying is, if we were to go through some sort of expedited process that impinged on the parties' due process, we would have done them a great disservice and made ourselves vulnerable to losing before the Supreme Court if we were to have to defend against that. And I don't like to do that. I don't like to deprive people of full due process. It's wrong. And we're not free to reduce the level of due process because costs might rise. That's our.
I'm sure I do understand that part. I do understand. I agree with you that
Right.
if we set up a process next week that were expedited that denied hearing and cross-examination, that we would be vulnerable to that. I guess I thought that we had switched to a different subject, which is if these PPAs were approved eventually, would there still be an ability to exclude them from rates? I thought we'd shifted to a different subject, but maybe we didn't.
Well, frankly, I haven't thought through how consumers might be protected from a rise and increase, and if you're not prepared to discuss that today, that's fine too. But I guess what I would say is I'm not prepared to vote on this case today, and it might bear further discussion. And if Commissioner Fishman wants to try to get with you guys to see if there is a solution that protects full due process and gets the information he thinks he wants, that's fine. But if having seen what we've gotten so far makes him think it's futile, then I would suggest we send the case to full hearing.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
so I hear kind of embedded there a potential proposal to put this off till next week. I'll tell you what I would do is that if we just delay this vote for a week and EPE doesn't come up with something persuasive in that week, I would just vote to deny the motion next week and just leave it at that. And then you don't have to feel at all compromised that we're putting due process at risk. EPE, we've given them a chance, one final chance to prove their case and, maybe save consumers some money along the way. But then nobody has any excuses. So I would be fine just saying, hey, let's just delay a vote till next week, and EPE, the ball's in your court.
I don't mind agreeing to that. I'd like to hear, and I'll only say that I'd be astonished that they could provide something that would overbear the arguments that have been made about due process. However, I don't think they can. But having said that, I want to open the floor to other commissioners' comments.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
It seems to be that the current order before us, the conditional denial, does give them an opportunity to reply and provide additional justification with a due date of September 19th. So I don't think we still have to make a decision to approve based on the information that we receive through this proposed order. And so I don't see why we can't move forward with a conditional denial pending the receipt of additional information to justify the request. Am I missing something, Russell?
No, Commissioner Maestas, you are correct. This is a complicated situation that EP has put the commission in. And basically what this order would say is that, what it says is that if there is sufficient concern of with regard to reliability, then the commission will consider, and the language I use is some sort of expedited proceeding. In other words, not what EPE is asking for, but something that would be that would have some form of expediting because the reliability issue is was such a concern. But it would just leave it all up in the air until we find out next week. In other words, it would be one, the commission would decide whether there is a sufficient issue of reliability that an expedited proceeding would be called for, and two, whether what that expedited proceeding would be, because it would not be the radically truncated proceeding that EPE is asking for, but it might be something that works for everyone in the end. One thing I would like to add is that if, Madam Chair, if you would like to send this to a hearing examiner for a full proceeding, for just not expedited at all, I actually would just recommend, instead of doing that, denying it entirely, because I think EPE, the essence of what EPE is saying is that they don't want that kind of proceeding, period, and that I think they would probably prefer a denial to a year-long hearing, because what they're saying is we need something expedited, and we're saying this would be saying, well, we're not going to expedite it like you want. That's too truncated, and it would deny due process. But if there are sufficient indications of reliability issues, then there'll be some sort of expedited proceeding. But just to send it to a hearing examiner for a full proceeding, I think really would be essentially denying their application, period, which is fine. I'm just saying they really don't want a year-long proceeding, period. I think, and then the question would be, if we send it to a hearing examiner for a full proceeding, that would certainly provide due process. Well, what about, do we even want to start such a proceeding if there's no reliability issue? maybe such a proceeding shouldn't be undertaken at all because they didn't do it in RFP. If we're not expediting it, then would the commission want the EP to do an RFP? Because if we don't expedite it, then that's the other question. So I think what I would recommend if there's no expedited proceeding, no expediting at all, then just deny it because that would be so far from what the application is asking for that it might as well deny it. Does that
But
make
when you
sense?
say, yes, it does. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Maestas, if I could just follow with Russell on that. I have seen before expedited hearings before a hearing examiner. And so when we throw the term expedited around, it can mean a variety of things. But if you're saying that even if a hearing examiner were to conduct a hearing in which they have very shortened deadlines for, doing discovery and taking testimony and then having cross-examination in a hearing, if that's going to take too long as well, then yes, I agree. We could probably just deny it. Unless, I don't know, some magic can occur with more information, but that won't solve the due process problem. So,
Madam Chair, that's a good point. I mean, there's a range of things that can be done. And so the commission could just deny it and say, we can't expedite it anywhere near what you're asking for. And you haven't provided sufficient justification for that anyway, EPE, or could come up with something next week if there is a reliability issue and say, it'll be some kind of mid-range expediting. The commission could do that. Or the commission could just say, there's no reason for expediting this to the degree necessary, and we'd prefer an RFP process, and so denied. Those are all things that the commission could do, next week.
so Commissioner Maestas, would you like to finish your comments?
Yeah, again, we don't have enough information, but obviously, the milestone date of June 1, 2023 is meant to provide or to get these projects, operational to avoid any resource adequacy issues. But then again, I also know that the commission in the past had determined that El Paso Electric had excess nuclear power, whereas they could only recover that excess using a proxy price. So I really don't have a sense of how constrained their portfolio could be in summer of 2023. So I have mixed feelings. I don't want to contribute to a great delay in these projects. But then again, I don't know if they have some serious resource adequacy issues in summer of 2023.
I understand. I mean, I'm fully aware of the problems on the ground. I know what you're talking about, and it's frustrating to see a company get itself into a situation like this. But in any case, I hear you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I'm looking at this application, they did inform us about, I think it was they waited until July the 29th about the analysis about capacity needs. I think it's clear that El Paso Electric, they waited a long time. I think they should have brought in their application right after February, probably in March, and we would have asked for a thorough process at that time. But now we are at the end of the year, and expediting the process is not going to work. The reason that I'm saying that is because if you look at the Public Regulation Commission from the outside, we are elected to regulate cases, not to drift away from the rules, not to drift away from what all the process is in place initially. That's not our job. And if we do that, the public is looking at us as favoring a certain path. We cannot do that. I think we should be following the law. If we listen to our general counsel very carefully, he stated more than once, a radical move from the rules. This is a radical move from the rules. And clearly I will reject a flat denial. I'm sorry, I will vote in favor of flat denial because I'm not a commissioner that's going to be persuaded to take the shortcuts. No, that's not who I am. Madam Chair, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Fishman, I'm sure you want to say something.
Yeah, well, so what I'm tempted to do is say, listen, take my commissioner's prerogative and say, let's put this on the agenda for next week. And put Russell's denial order on the agenda for next week. And in practice, that gives EPE another week to see if they can put together something persuasive to have us vote any other way. But I will say that at this point, if we put it off till next week, I would only consider a denial. And I would not consider my alternative motion at that point. And that might be the best way to go so that no one feels like they're compromising due process in any way, shape, or form. Because I completely understand where you're coming from and where Commissioner Vicente Aguilar is coming from. Your arguments are persuasive. What can I say? So if the commission's willing to do that, I think we all get what we want. We don't compromise due process. In El Paso Electric, we've given you one final Hail Mary chance.
Commissioner Fishman, let me ask you this, though. As Russell just said, maybe I think he said this. Tell me if I'm wrong, Russell, that it might be that well, I'll just say what I think is that, is there a point? I mean, what's the point? I mean, if they come back, we still haven't talked about what the due process would consist of. If there could be some sort of discussion about that, but it's not, it would not, whatever process we would come up with, I think doesn't satisfy what the company is asking for. So if you want a week to think through that, I don't mind.
So what I do is request that we put this to a vote for next week's meeting.
Yeah,
and everything will resolve itself.
Yes, we certainly, you can exercise that prerogative. It's not a problem. So
that's what I would do here. And I think everybody gets what they need that way. And thank you.
Right. Commissioner Byrd, we haven't heard from you on this fun topic. Would you like to jump in and put in your 2 cents?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of agreed with where Commissioner Fishman was taking this, but I do have a problem with the way EPE presented it. They're in a hurry because they've started construction, but they planned on doing this a long time ago, or they wouldn't have started construction. Because they don't do that overnight. That's not a week decision or a weekend decision. So yeah, I think more information is expected in order to move forward. So I'm okay with where you guys are headed. I have concerns, as Commissioner Maestas has pointed out, and Commissioner Fishman, that these delays may result in higher costs, but we're not the only ones causing the delay. And we're doing everything we can to move around the delay, but we didn't initiate the delay. It was started because they came in late asking for it.
Mhm.
So anyway, I'm good with where we're at. It's not what I would like to have seen, but I understand where we're at, and I think it's still good.
All right. Okay, well, if there's no further discussion, I'd like to entertain a motion from anybody.
Madam Chair, I think we're not quite clear, as I'd requested that we put this off for a vote till next week's agenda.
Okay, so is that a motion then? You're moving to put it off?
Well, that's not a motion. That's just,
Procedural step?
it's just the
I
way we,
move to table it till next week.
there you
Okay,
go. Thank you, Jeff.
okay. We got a second, I think. What, Commissioner Maestas?
Second,
waved
I
his
will
hand.
second.
Okay.
So
All right,
we've got
fine.
a second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion on this
No
one?
discussion on a motion to table.
Oh, fine. All right. So Judy, take the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
No.
Commissioner Hall,
Well, aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
The motion to table passes 4-0.
4-1.
4-1, 4-1. Why do I always say that? Okay, 4-0, 4-1. Darn.
Okay, thank you. I think this would be a good time to stop for lunch. Can we take 30 minutes? Is that enough time? And then we'll come back and hit the rest of the agenda after that. All right,
Okay.
so we'll return, well, it's 12:16. Let's return at 12:40. Wait a minute, 12:16. Somebody had 30, 12:46.
12:46.
Yeah, okay, great.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh my. Well, it's 12:49, or depending on which clock I look at. Now my phone says 12:47. In any case, I think we should resume our meeting. Looks like we've got everybody here, including Farmer Fishman. Let's see, and we'll take up where we left off. Do we have everybody? We got Jeff Bird, and I assume Teresa's there. We just have to. Yes. Okay.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So let's go to item number 8. Case number 21-00215-UT. In the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's request for approval of new resources under 17.9.551 NMAC to replace 114 megawatts of leased Palo Verde nuclear generating station capacity. Judith Amer will present the potential order on second amendment.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today on the filing on September 2nd by PNM of compliance notice of a second amendment to the Atrisco Energy Storage Agreement. Subsequently, the order of Commissioner Fish dated September 8th, 2022, it asked PNM to respond to questions, and that order extended the time until September 14th, 2022. We received responses from PNM September 9th and a reply by September 12th. I recommend at this time that the commission not issue an order rejecting or filing an objection to the second amendment for the following reasons. According to the final order in this docket, parties have 10 days to object to amendments filed. PNM filed on September 2nd. Oh, the 10 days would have been September 12th, but that was Monday, and we didn't have a meeting till the 14th. We extended the time until September 14th, which is today. Apparently, there's a regulatory end date for the price of the amendment as being tomorrow, September 15th. But the reason, in the 10-day objection period, no one filed any objections. Staff concurred with PNM's revised charts. And at this point, I'd like to put the chart up. And Hans, could you do that? The chart was filed, two charts filed as revised and as requested by Commissioner Fishman. The conclusion of staff and PNM, or that based on the overall cost, which you're going to look at the charts, the Atrisco project, as amended by the second amendment, provides the greatest benefits to PNM customers under a competitive price comparison when you compare it to the former Hickoria and projects. And so the chart on top had prices into a chart that was originally provided by PNM, and it shows the 4-hour capacity, the one on top, battery capacity pricing from the 2021 RFP and 2023 to 2024 RFPs. So it's comparing the Atrisco with the other bids. And the only change in this chart was, instead of just lines being on the chart, there's actual numbers that you can see that Atrisco is $925, and it is lower than every other price except for whatever number 2 was. So it's definitely competitive. And then if you look at the second chart, it compares prices of the new Atrisco project, which was increased from 150 megawatts solar and battery to 300 and 300 megawatts. And it shows that there's, it would be like a 24% increase in the solar, a 32% increase in the storage, as compared with if you went with the original Hickoria project, that would have been a 98% increase in the solar, a 17% increase in the storage, and the Sandia would have been a 38% increase in storage. So for those reasons, the commission does not need to issue an order. They would only issue an order if they objected to the second amendment. And as I stated, staff does not object to this second amendment. And I stand for questions, and I think Commissioner Fishman might have some general comments as well, right?
So Judy, then, how do you want to proceed then?
Could just move on unless any commissioner disagrees with my recommendation.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the information PNM provided sure answered my questions. Mm-hmm. So I certainly don't have any issues at this point.
Mm-hmm. And I noted that they were acquiring more battery storage from Atrisco at 4 hours rather than 2 hour battery. And I take it, I didn't see really a full explanation that, or maybe I missed it, but that is adequate to serve their needs. Is that your understanding, Commissioner Fishman?
Yeah, so they got 100 megawatts of 4 hour instead of 2 hour. And as far as I'm concerned, given the supply shortages we potentially face for summer 2023, that capacity is welcome. And that's the kind of flexible capacity we need.
Okay. Commissioner Maestas, you appeared. Did you mean to make a comment on this case?
No, only that I'm going to have to leave soon. I'm in the middle of a workshop. So I'll wait until the next action item and then I'll sign off.
Okay. I wasn't aware. I might have pushed this more. I don't know. But in any case, I'm sorry you'll have to leave. Let's move on then. So Judy, what action are we taking?
I recommend taking no action at all.
Okay, fine. All right. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the, I'm sorry. Did I just hear feedback? I think I just heard feedback. Okay. So let's move on to the next case, which Judy also has. It's case item number 9, case number 21-00095-UT in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company Incorporated's application for an expedited variance approving its plan for recovery of the gas costs related to the 2021 winter event. Judy Amer will be presenting the potential order.
Yes, this matter came before you on August 24th, and as it did then, it had to do with an August 9th, 2022 filing by New Mexico Gas Company for an application for approval to enter into a term loan. There was, I believe this came on August 31st. I'm sorry. On that date, the commission issued an August 31st order asking gas company and staff to file pleadings. Gas company did file their response to several questions on September 7th, and staff filed their reply on September 9th. And so I'll just go through the questions and the answers and tell you the proposed order. the first question was, are the short-term financing costs charged to customers? And gas company stated that while normally in short-term financings, customers do not pay interest, such as with their revolving loan, that in this particular case, when they filed in February 2021 for the extraordinary gas costs, they also requested a carrying charge on the amount, since it was going to be recovered over time. And in that initial order, the commission approved that request. So the carrying charge is being paid in the same manner as the commission originally approved it. So I would say the answer to that is yes, but with a but, that the short-term financing costs are being charged in the exact same limit. And I'll detail that as the original order allowed. Okay, question 2. Why does the application contain a calculation of the additional cost of financing to customers? The application contains a calculation of the additional cost to customers using the interest rate of the term loan as the carrying charge to be collected from customers. This is the same method that the commission approved in regard to gas company's original application in this case. So basically, it's the same answer as above.
Excuse me, Judy. Is it possible to put those questions on the screen share? Are they in a document somewhere where somebody can stick them up?
They are in the proposed order. I can send the proposed order to Hans very quickly if you would like me to.
I was just thinking about the public watching. I mean, I have them, but
Okay,
we're just looking at the agenda otherwise.
right. Give me one.
Which page, Judy?
Okay, I just sent you the order, and I am on page 6 to 7.
Yep.
Although it's weird. Okay. And so question 3, please provide the commission with the calculation of the projected savings of the proposed financing versus the savings of a proposed fixed rate term loan. And there were calculations provided, and they were the same calculations that were presented to the commission at a presentation made by gas company on July 27th, 2022. Question 4, please provide more detailed information on prepayment penalties on the fixed rate loan versus variable financing. In commercial, the responses in commercial transactions involving large debt issuances, lenders generally require the full amount of interest that would normally be due over the life of the loan to be paid regardless of prepayment. In other words, regardless of when the principal is actually paid. As a result, gas company would not save any interest expense by repaying the debt early. And the language contained in this contract is similar to the language in gas companies' other debt issuances. Question 5, please explain the errata insofar as whether gas company is changing the numbering of passages in their proposal, or did gas company omit the actual correction? Response, gas company's errata to the direct testimony of Jimmy L. Blada dated August 29th did impact the numbering of the responses, but the errata did not impact the numbering, page numbering or line numbering of any information on any other page except for page 11. Question number 6, copy of the final loan agreement for staff review. Response, gas company does not have the final loan agreement, but anticipates that the terms will be very similar to the 2021 loan. There's an exhibit that contains the agreement of the 2021 term loan with red line changes related to the use of the SOFR, which is secured overnight financing rate, instead of the LIBOR, which is the London interbank offering rate. Gas company will file the final documents within 90 days of entering into the proposed term loan. Question 7, explain what is included in the SOFR and why it's being used instead of the LIBOR. I just told you what those acronyms stood for, and gas company states that its investment bankers advised it that LIBOR is no longer available as a reference rate for the new variable rate loan that gas company would use to replace its short-term borrowing from February 2021. And SOFR is a broad measure of the cost of borrowing cash overnight, collateralized by Treasury securities. It's a volume-weighted median, which is the rate associated with transactions at the 50th percentile of transaction volume. And they go on to describe where you can get more information about the SOFR. On September 9th, staff replied to these responses. Now I'm on page 10, which is regarding question 1, staff recommends gas company collect interest on the SOFR interest rate plus 60 to 70 basis points, and gas company should be authorized to collect interest on the SOFR variable rate not to exceed the cost of debt of 3.7%. In other words, the rate of interest collected should never rise above 3.7%. That's as recommended in the direct testimony of Gabriela Deschano, filed on August 29th, 2022. Regarding question 2, staff agrees that the calculation provided by gas company is the carrying charge to be applied to the regulatory asset as recommended to be approved in the direct testimony of Gabriela Deschano. Question number 3. Staff reviewed Exhibit 1 and agrees that the SOFR loan appears to be the most cost-effective financing available to gas company at this time. Question 4. Staff agrees that using the SOFR loan terms saves gas company paying the entire interest that would be due upon repayment, either early or at term end with a commercial loan. Although interest is not being collected from customers, gas company is responsible for paying all interest charged for the term of the loan, whether they pay off the loan early or not. The SOFR loan does not have that same methodology. Rather, once the principal balance is paid, interest charged up to that point is all that is due. Answer to question 5. Staff had requested gas company to file the errata, and that was why gas company did that. Question 6 response, gas company, staff said gas company provided a simulated loan document in their filing to illustrate what the loan terms would be, and pending commission approval, the loan will be finalized. And as stated previously, gas company will file the final loan documents within 90 days. And finally, staff does not have an issue with gas company choosing the SOFR rate to refinance the current LIBOR loan. So based upon the questions asked, the responses given by gas company and staff reply. The proposed order concurs with staff's reply dated September 9th, which stated that its recommendation remained the same, which recommended that the commission should enter an order allowing gas company to refinance the short-term debt, which is maturing on September 23, 2022, and should approve the proposed term loan in accordance with the terms set forth in staff's testimony filed by Ms. DeShano herein. Specifically, gas company is authorized to collect interest on the SOFR variable rate not to exceed the cost of debt of 3.7%. And the calculation provided by gas company is the carrying charge to be applied to the regulatory asset as recommended to be approved in the direct testimony of Gabriela DeShano. And in addition, one recommended addition I put in the order was that gas companies shall file a report when the proposed term loan is fully paid, detailing the total amounts of payments made, including interest, total amounts of carrying charges billed to customers, and staff shall, within 10 days of receipt of the report, file a petition confirming compliance with this order and the commission's previous order of June 15th, 2021, and requesting the commission close the docket at that time. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners, does anyone have a question for Judy about this case? Nobody?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Madam Chair, I think with the staff's analysis and also with the review of Miss Judy Amer, I think it's a thorough assessment on this particular application, and I would like to make a motion to approve the order.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Appreciate that. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Commissioner Fishman will second. Is there any discussion? Anybody want to have any comments or questions? Commissioner Byrd, any comments?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. I don't either, actually. I think this is pretty straightforward case. And I think if we have no further discussion, Judy, could you take the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The order passes 5-0.
Madam
Okay, thank
Chair,
you. Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
just a quick comment. I wanted to thank New Mexico Gas Company for promptly responding to our information requests and setting an example for other companies that are under our jurisdiction, setting a positive example. And I hope what they see is that when we collaborate, we make decisions that are good for the utility and good for their shareholders. And collaboration is definitely to be rewarded. So thank you, New Mexico Gas Company.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. I concur in those compliments to the company. It's a pleasure to see a company come in with all the information we need and all the arguments in order. So thank you to the company. So let's move on to the next item, which is item number 10, case number 22-00020-UT. In the matter of the implementation and administration of the community solar program, Russell Fisk is going to present a potential order concerning P&Ms and EPE's joint motion for extension not to exceed 45 days. Russell?
Madam Chair, that was actually removed from the agenda, and I'll bring it back next week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Okay, great. Good deal. All right, so we're speeding along to item number 11 under discussion and potential action portion of the agenda. This is case number 21-00159-UT in the matter of an inquiry into New Mexico Electric Utility Resource Adequacy Planning and impacts of global supply chain disruptions for peak season readiness. Commissioner Fishman is going to provide a review of our agenda for September 22nd special meeting that we have planned. At least that's how it's
Thank
written.
you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll pick it up from here. Hans?
Okay. Yeah.
Hans, I didn't have a chance to touch base with you. Did you get, do you have copies of the agendas that were proposed?
I do have copies. I don't believe that we have converted that into the agenda format that I circulated around, but I'm happy to review kind of what we have proposed to date.
Yeah,
Hans, you should have gotten, if I could interject, Hans, you should have gotten one of those this morning. I'm sorry, I thought I sent it out last night, but realized I didn't hit send until about 6 o'clock this morning or 7 o'clock this morning.
6 this morning? Let me check. Could you re-forward that to me? I am not seeing that in my mailbox.
It'll be on its way, and if you want to just let me share, I can share it.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
if we can
That works too.
throw that up on the screen.
Good deal. Thank you very much. Mr. Hall. Okay, Commissioner Fishman, do you want to tell us what you want to tell us about this?
Yes. Hang on a second. I'm disciplining my cat. There we go. So what we wanted to do was just get a review of resource adequacy going through summer of 2024 in where all the stakeholders could participate and the public could also ask questions. And the focus really is on 2023 and 2024 resource adequacy. So anyway, there was some back and forth between Christopher, Paul, Eli, Mary Jane, and others on what the agenda would look like. So this is where we were, and this is a chance for commissioners to review and send in edits where they think it's necessary. So essentially the agenda would be on the 22nd, and I think we're still trying to find the venue. At least I haven't gotten final word on it. It would
the venue is on the notice right now. If Chris, can you magnify that a little bit at the bottom right? Just pull in there. It is the C&M Workforce Training Center, which is located at 5600 Eagle Rock Avenue in Albuquerque in room 207.
Okay, terrific. And if you could get back to the, scroll down on the agenda. Essentially what we do is quick overview our concerns for 2023-24. Utilities would then overview some of their supply chain and supply challenges. At that point, we would also hear concerns from various stakeholders that regularly practice before the commission on what their concerns are. 24. Excuse me while I walk around with my cat, taking it away from the birds he's attacking.
Steve, you're breaking up a little bit. Not bad.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, we would have each utility one at a time present their challenges for summer 2023 and 24 in terms of resource adequacy. And they would have a chance to present their detailed plans. Excuse me, I'm sorry for that. And they could present in detail what their plans are to be sure we're good for 2023 and 24. Particular concerns for P&M, obviously, and perhaps for EPE, based on their recent challenges. At that point, there would be a chair-facilitated discussion among all the stakeholders in the utilities about potential actions, how the plans might be modified, and basically here under point B, under the chair facilitated discussion, Chair, that would be you, Madam Chair.
I noticed. It's okay.
Just to be sure, I figured you'd be the right person to lead it. And that we would be looking at all these issues 1 through 7, 1 through 8, that we could take a look at each of them in turn and be sure that they were being considered in whatever the utility plans are to make sure we have resource adequacy for summer 23 and summer 24. So you can see it's a fairly long list of 8 items. But that doesn't mean we have to go into in depth on all 8 for each utility. We just need to go into the ones that are germane to that particular utility. I want to stress that there's a particular emphasis on communication strategy because if we do any kind of demand response or whatever, we'll need to do a lot of communication. There was an interesting item put in there. I think Christopher Hall, you'd sent out a note talking with an article about cell phone alerts that were done in California that apparently were very effective. So we need to be talking about things like that we might do if there's an emergency shortage of power during summer peak season. We'd ask the utilities to quick review their curtailment plans if they had to do rolling blackouts. And then finally, we just take a quick look at whether the electrification issues that we're trying to pursue, the implementation, how those might impact summer 23 and 24. So anyway, hopefully that's a pretty exhaustive list of the issues that we need to be looking at and discussing. and a chance for all the stakeholders to put in a pitch for, what things need to be done and what needs to be considered as we move forward. I just want to point out that October of this year is actually pretty late to start addressing resource adequacy for 2023, where we're short. So there's an urgency behind all of this, particularly for PNM, perhaps for EPE. And I'll just leave it at that. Any comments from commissioners are welcome.
I have a question. How many hours did you allot for this? There's a lot there.
It's 3 hours.
Mhm.
So
Say that at the top. Oh, I see. 1:30 till, you should probably let people know on that announcement.
yeah, it should go to 4:30 p.m.
Mhm.
It is a lot to cover, and Madam Chair, it means that as moderator, if you will, you'd have to be pushing things along.
I understand. Well, I think this is an excellent idea. As you heard earlier today, I'm a fan of workshop processes. This, I think, has more to do with just full transparency of the issue to the public rather than huge problem solving. But maybe we'll get some great ideas from the commenters anyhow, from the members of the public. So I don't mean to suggest that I don't think there's an opportunity for problem solving here, but I think it's an excellent thing to be doing because in a way it addresses a problem insofar as there's probably not enough public awareness of the ability of consumers to help insure against a sudden blackout. And I think we learned that lesson from watching California in the past. I forget whether it was 1 week ago or 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was just 1 week ago where, their demand was exceeding their supply. And they, at one point, did indeed have to text out to, I don't know how many numbers. I mean, I have no idea how they got the numbers, but all their customers' numbers, I guess that's how they got it. And to ask people to curtail their use because they were getting perilously close to a crash. And within 1 or 2 minutes, consumers shaved off 2 megawatts. So that brought them down from wherever they were. Did I say megawatts? It might be gigawatts because I believe their load was in the area of 50 gigawatts and they needed to be at 48. So it must have been gigawatts that they were able to shave off within a minute or two. So that's pretty dramatic and that's pretty encouraging. And if they can do it there, we can do it here. So it might be a really good tool to use going forward. So anyhow, thanks, Steve. And I look forward to just seeing a big crowd there. How are we advertising this? Just through our service lists? Have we thought to put an advertisement?
Wayne was gonna follow up on that, and I don't know, is our PIO around? Probably not hooked up.
I see a text from Christopher Hall saying that we have a press release going out.
Yeah, Madam Chairman of the Commission.
Yes.
Rodriguez. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, Madam Chair, we do have a press release in the works. We were just waiting for some last minute logistics to finalize, and we'll should have something going out at least by the latest tomorrow.
Excellent. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the public who'd be interested to hear, how PNM plans to operate and the other utilities as well. But I think what's useful here that we're doing is at least informing the public not only of what the situation is, what the utilities can be doing, but also what the consumers can be doing as well. So I look forward to that. let's see, I see Brad Mormon popped up. Brad, did you want to say something about this? Is that why you're here? Showing your picture?
The only reason I popped up, and I was gonna save this for my chief of staff report, but I can raise it now, 'cause it's related to the same thing, is I
Okay.
just wanted to know, and I don't think we've discussed exactly which commissioners are planning to be there in person. And I thought it might be helpful to know that.
Well, let's see, there was an email that went around that inquired about that.
Oh, well, I hadn't seen it, so that's fine.
So
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
be
there.
there. Steve's
So there's
there.
two of us.
Okay.
Hans was telling us something there. Hans, do you know about everyone?
Yes, to my current knowledge, polling the commissioners, there will be 4 commissioners in attendance with 1 commissioner remoting into the meeting.
One commissioner, what?
Will remote call into the meeting.
Oh, I see.
Will not be there.
Okay. So you'll have 5 live
Madam
commissioners.
Chair.
Okay.
Oh, yes, Commissioner
Madam
Vicentiago.
Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair. I was thinking of participating remotely, but I think I will be there in person.
Wonderful. I'm glad. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and we're in Albuquerque, and I think that way we'll have a better chance at getting a bigger crowd. And I think that was your suggestion, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and I thought it was a great one. So I'm pleased you'll be coming. So good. Well, this will be great.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hans, can you please send an email to all the commissioners with the address of where this meeting is going to be held? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I will certainly do that. There is an email with the map and the location, but I will make sure that that gets a red flag asterisk on your emails, so you're aware of it.
Yes, and Hans, what you could do as well is maybe call in advance and identify which parking lots are available. I mean, there are some that are closed off. This is at the it's a continuing education center up there on the north side of Paseo del Norte. Is that where it is?
That sounds correct. Let me see if I can find the map real quick.
And also, we should probably put some signage on the south and the north doors. I'm familiar with that building. And for how to get to the room. I'm not familiar with the room, but I assume it's pretty capacious. Well, do you know how many people it will hold? And that's a question to Hans.
I am uncertain of the total capacity. We did indicate that we wanted capacity for at least 50 people to take into account if we get a decent showing of public commenters.
Okay.
Let me just share screen.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Wayne's assumption was that we'd have far more participation via Zoom or the internet than would show up in person. So
Yeah, I think
that was
so.
the logic behind picking the venue.
Right. Okay, so that's a good map. That's a good picture.
Yeah, that's the roadside view there. Looks to be a fairly extensive parking lot for the facility.
So this looks like it's from the north side. That's Eagle Rock Avenue we're on from that view. Yeah, it's north of,
Just south of the Balloon Fiesta Park.
yeah, it's north of Alameda. I got it mixed up with Paseo. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, I think it's quite accessible. But I think somebody needs to arrange to put some signage up on the doors on the north side and on the south side, because people may park on both sides. And, we just need some direction at the building.
I would imagine that they would have signage inside the doors to direct people, but I'm sure we can follow up with them to ensure that.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Commissioner Fishman, is there more you wanted to say about this?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, let's move on to item number, well, let's see, it's Roman numeral 12, communications with chief of staff. And Brad, I forgot that Wayne was on vacation, but it's nice to hear from you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I've already raised the issue that I had to discuss with you, so I don't have anything additional.
Okay. And that was just, what was the issue?
It was just to find out who was going to attend in person.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, great. All right, communications with general counsel. Judy, are you representing general counsel today?
I'm here and we have no communications presently.
Okay. Well, great. Okay, communications with commissioners. Any commissioners have anything to communicate?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
I just wanted to thank Judy and Russell for some incredibly quick turnaround times in prep for this meeting today. And boy, I know you guys are overwhelmed. And we had a lot of items on the agenda today that you were prepared for, which is pretty impressive. And I just want to let you guys know you're appreciated.
I agree. I concur in that, Commissioner Fishman. I appreciate you saying that. I definitely think that the depth and quality of their analysis is very, very helpful in moving our agendas along. And I agree that today was quite a crunch for them. So thank you. Any other commissioners want to?
I just want to say thank you. It always makes us feel good to be appreciated. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad. There's an interesting question arising in the chat. And I don't know if it's tongue in cheek or not. Let's see. I guess it's, and I don't know that it's in the chat. I just saw it appear with a question about, well, I don't know. I'll discuss it with the writer. I'm not sure if I should bring it up. I'm not sure it was serious or not. Let's see. Let's move on to the next item, which is communications with commissioners. Do we have any commission, or wait, I just said that, didn't I? Is this communication with commissioners now, guys? I think I'm frozen.
No,
we got you.
hear you, Commissioner. We had commenced the communications with commissioners based upon Commissioner Fishman's comments. So if there are no other.
No, there is more. I have a comment I would like to make, a communication I would like to make. I had the honor yesterday of being elected onto the advisory board of the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, WEC. So I had to go to Las Vegas, Nevada to their annual meeting yesterday, just be there one day and sit through their day of meetings. It was quite interesting. It was really nice to be in a room with so many smart people who are concerning themselves with the reliability of the Western grid.
Hey.
What's that? Commissioner Byrd. Well,
only time you're in a room with smart people. Come on.
It's not the only room of smart people I have been in. This is one, but in any case, it was really, I guess it's not that they were smart so much as they were very concerned with the reliability in the Western grid and all the activities that WEC conducts to contribute to that. I learned more about them. They have an enforcement branch I really didn't know about, and which deals largely with cybersecurity issues, so they don't publicize their activities so much. But otherwise, what WEC does do, among other things, is to issue an annual report that contains a lot of information about the state of the grid in the West and what may occur if there isn't sufficient resource adequacy. And they get data from all utilities in the West and then work very hard to compile it into meaningful information that they can provide. But one thing that was interesting about the conversation was that they're concerned about making sure that they do more than just receive and regurgitate information. They would like to, given the, what's a growing crisis and resource adequacy in the West, they want to be part of the entities that are working to make solutions or come up with solutions. So they want to, sounded to me like they were interested in becoming a little bit more proactive than they have been in the past. And I thought that was an exciting development. So I just wanted to share that with my fellow commissioners. They have 2 more meetings before the end of the year. They have one, I don't know the dates, but the next one will be virtual and then the last one in December will be in person. So I'll have more to report. But hopefully they'll come up with some concepts that may be something that would be useful to employ to assist with reliability of the grid in the West. So I just wanted to let you know that happened, and we can leave it at that. So are there any other comments before we adjourn? Hearing none, we're adjourned.